So everybody, have you got into the breakout rooms to discuss
Okay,
the
good.
case study given by Dr. Bahan, everybody? Oh yeah, how long should we discuss in the breakout room?
I think 3 minutes is enough, don't you?
Okay, yeah, 3 minutes, and then you can go back to the main
The
room.
fun- Yeah, the fun thing about time is that people have their own stories, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it generates conversation about their own stories.
okay.
So you all should be going into breakout rooms at this time,
Who?
right? You're going into breakout rooms, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they going into breakout rooms? Because it doesn't look like they are.
They do. Some of them have been in the breakout rooms. Not all, but some of them have been there. Dr.
Okay.
Bahan. Okay, maybe I
Okay.
can join one of them to talk a little bit.
I can join a breakout room. There are only 3 breakout rooms. Okay.
Yeah, only three, but
Okay.
Check. Check. If it's possible to add more breakout rooms, that would be great. Because I think Dr. Bahan prefers like smaller breakout rooms. So if it's possible, then you may add some more breakout rooms. If it's possible. Because I imagine like it's going to be difficult for a very big group of students to discuss, right? So if it's possible, you can just add and assign randomly for the participants to enter the breakout room.
actually there are some, maybe only 10 join the breakout room. Every breakout room is, so not all. And they have started the discussion.
Oh, okay. I assume like everyone should go to the breakout room
Yeah,
because there are
should
still
be,
like,
should be.
yeah,
That's
that's
right.
why
Should
I was
be.
thinking like we need more breakout rooms.
Yeah, actually, yes. But for me, at least, they have started the discussion, and maybe the other, while the committee preparing other breakout rooms. Is Dr. Bahan in the main room? I'm sorry, Dr. Bahan. Are you in the main room? Oh, I think she's going to check in the room. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's here, Bulan.
Yeah, I think she's going to every room. I visit room 1, room 2, and maybe she's now in room 3. Uh, Unfortunately, the committee cannot provide more than 3 breakout rooms. But the good thing is that the participants started to discuss in every room, even though not all participants can go to the breakout room. Okay. So everybody can go back to the main room. You can use the chat box to inform that the time is up and you can go back to the main room.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Bahan, actually the committee cannot provide more than 3 breakout rooms, but
Okay.
when
Okay.
I,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
yeah,
No problem. No problem. All right. That's why. Okay.
but the good point they
So
have discussed, yeah. Mhm.
yeah. So what happened? So what did you all think about this? The student is operating under what kind of time? Who wants to say, or you could put it in the chat if you want. I am sharing, correct? Am I sharing my PowerPoint? Am I
We
sharing
haven't
my?
seen. No, we
Yeah.
haven't seen your
Oh,
PowerPoint.
I'm sorry. Okay, let me get that back again. I'm sorry. Okay.
Now you're working on it. Yeah, I can see. I can see your PowerPoint right now.
Okay. So let's see. Somebody said something in the chat. Okay. Oh, whoa, come on, raise your hands. All right. Yeah. So what in the chat, what the student is operating under what kind of time? I know that some people said it in their meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the student is under polychronic time, right? And the professor is from the United States, and the professor thinks that the student's going to show up on time and is operating from a monochronic time, right? The concept of time. Now, this actually happens with students. I teach international students, and this happens. I don't get irritated because I work with international students, and I know that they may operate under different concepts of time. But I have worked with students who say that if someone shows up on their way, if they have a face-to-face with somebody in the parking lot, they're really obligated to meet that person and talk with that person and delay the meeting. And so that is quite different in the United States. We would say, oh, I'm sorry, I have a meeting. Could we talk another time? So that's a very different idea of time, right? All right, let me give you another example. So the next example is whether people focus on activity or people. So here is the first description, activity. Your day is scheduled with a number of activities, including work, studying, and social time with friends. You are strongly motivated to be doing something constantly. In your culture, for example, you ask people upon first meeting them what their job is or what activities they have been engaged in. Even when getting together with family and friends, you may plan an activity like playing a sport or going to a movie. You are likely to be very task-oriented. Fundamentally, a high and positive value is placed on activity. Now, that is different from this description of people-focused. Who you are with is more important than what you're doing. Rather than schedule specific activities, you are most likely just to spend time with your friends and family. Being with others is particularly important in your culture. The quality of your interpersonal relations is very important. You would not let a task get in the way of a relationship. Okay, now which one sounds stronger to you? The first one that's focused on task, or the first one, or the second one that's on people? Two ways of thinking about activity. Okay, so now I'll give you the scenario. Okay, so here's the scenario. Read the case study, and just discuss with a partner. Were the breakout rooms okay? Do you want to try that one more time? Try it again? Okay, so here's this case study. A cross-cultural team meets to work on a project. The meeting is scheduled for 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning. The majority of the team is from Indonesia, and one person is from the United States. From 9 to 9:30, the team is interested in hearing how the U.S. guest is enjoying the time in Indonesia. They also compare notes about their lives and other interesting topics. The U.S. person becomes increasingly concerned that they are running out of time to plan for the project. Eventually, the team turns their attention to the project planning. Okay, so you can see in this scenario that there is a lot of social talk for a good portion of the meeting time. And then the US person is becoming concerned that they're not going to get the job done. The job does get done. The job does get done, but it's just that the US person is becoming very concerned. So what do you think is happening? What's the cross-cultural misunderstanding when you think about focus on time, not time, focus on activity versus people? So if you want to try the breakout rooms again, now would be the time. If you want to try that again. Okay, looks like most people are not going into their group, to their breakout rooms. So what we could do instead is we can just discuss it without people going into
Yeah.
their breakout rooms. How's that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. So is anybody willing to think about what are these different people thinking? What's happening? Why is the US person becoming concerned that they're running out of time? Is anybody brave enough to think about what might be happening here? I'm asking people to take a chance, right? Asking people to take a chance. The
Yeah.
social talk sounds familiar here. Yes. Yes. This is very similar. As a matter of fact, this
Suruh ngomong
particular
langsung di sini, ada yang mau jawab mungkin anak-anak.
Oh, anak-anak.
Heeh.
this particular scenario is actually what happened to me when I came to work in Indonesia. I would get together with my hosts and we would have a certain amount of time to plan our project, but we would socialize almost the entire time. And I was so concerned that we weren't going to be prepared for our project. And this was a very different way of looking at time versus people. I was very focused on getting the job done, and then we can socialize later. But my Indonesian colleagues did it the other way. Socialize first, task later. So that was a fun and interesting way of thinking about cultural dimensions. And the
I think there
last
is,
one, yes? You have a question or a comment?
yeah, no, sorry. I think a
Yes,
student
it's a true story.
wants to say,
Yes, true story. That happened to me. Yes. So yeah, I've been in Indonesia twice now, working on projects with different educators, and as a matter of fact, my good professional colleagues are from Uniska. They're from Uniska, and I have been to your university. And so this happened. That's why I brought this scenario up. And I realized when I was in that scenario is that I needed to relax because the project was going to get done. But it was going to get done in a very different way that I was used to of here's the time we have, let's finish the project and then we'll socialize. the idea of people focused is that you make sure that you get to know the person and you have a social time and you build a relationship and then you work. So this was very different for me. This was very different. And I remembered my cultural dimensions and had to check myself. Okay, and the very last one, let's see. Well, it's 10:23. So how about the last one is indirectness, and I will not ask you to look at this, but I will say this one is about how people use their words. Do they say things directly or do they say things indirectly? Let me give you the example. This really happened to me. A university professor, that's me, is hosting an international colleague for 2 weeks in the United States for professional activities. One morning, as the US professor arrives in a car to escort the Indonesian colleague to a meeting, the Indonesian colleague says, "I usually have rice in the morning for breakfast." The US professor finds this very interesting and asks questions about the other food traditions in Indonesia. She also tells the Indonesian colleague what she has for breakfast. She thinks it's interesting to compare the food traditions. The next day, she wonders if the Indonesian colleague was in reality politely requesting rice for breakfast. So she asks the Indonesian colleague if he was actually requesting rice. And they laugh together when he says yes. So that happened. So, you can see this really happened to me, right? I had one of your Uniska students over at the University of Richmond, and I picked him up one day and he says, "Well, I usually have rice in the morning for breakfast." And I thought, "That's so fascinating. Thank you." I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." But what he was saying in a very indirect way to be as polite as possible was, "Could I please have rice for breakfast?" And so this was a very different kind of communication than what I'm used to. Usually, somebody would say, "I'm so sorry to ask you this, but is it possible for me to have rice for breakfast in the morning?" So to ask directly in a very polite way. So this was a perfect example of indirect and direct speech. So finally, if you are aware of cultural dimensions, both your own cultural dimensions and other people's cultural dimensions, it will strengthen your cross-cultural interactions. So thank you so much for your attention and your discussion. And I think we have just a couple of minutes for questions. If you have anything that you would like to ask, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bohan. There are some technical issues here, but I think this is a very interesting topics, bringing the cross-cultural interaction to the communication, and you're really uh, true story about Indonesian and US. Yeah, and yeah, we also know what you mean for this one. And actually, when we met on January 2023, I think, in Uniska. Yeah,
Yes, yes,
yeah.
yes.
At that time, yeah. So I also experienced myself that time. So now for the participant, maybe one student can give a question or maybe a comment about the presentation by Dr. Bahan. Please, you can raise your hand. It's always interesting to talk about culture and communication because actually language cannot be separated with the culture, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And, in this digital age, we will have more and more cross-cultural communication and cross-cultural
Yes,
interaction
right.
opportunities. So we do need to understand where the other person's coming from.
Yeah. So we do not have the misunderstanding things. Okay, students?
I'm sharing my materials with you. The
Okay.
digital, QR code on the left is the PowerPoint,
Oh, yeah.
as well as the cultural dimensions questions and more. And on the right is my LinkedIn profile, so I'm happy to communicate with anyone. If you have more questions, or if you have a question you think tomorrow, when you think of a question, if you want to ask, please feel free to contact me either by my email or by my LinkedIn profile. You're welcome to contact me. I'm always happy and excited to talk about culture. It's one of my passions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bahan. Very nice presentation. So there is no student anymore. Yeah. Okay, my pleasure. Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie Bahan. Uh, thank you so much for the second presentation for our annual ICELS today. And we do hope that in the future you can be the, what is it, one of the guest speaker again. Thank you so much. Hello, audience. Can you give a warm virtual claps for our speaker, the first speaker for our ICELS today, Dr. Leslie Bahan?
Thank you, Miss Bahan. See you.
Thank you, Pak Catur. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure to see you in online.
Okay. So, Dr. Leslie Bahan, happy reunion with your big family in Virginia, and good night.
Ibu Wulan,
Okay,
can we have,
now, yeah.
sorry for interrupting.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
we have like a photo shoot with Dr.
Oh, yeah, that's good idea, Miss. Thank you for reminding. Okay. Miss Committee, can you organize for the
Yes.
photo session with Dr. Bahan?
Yeah. Dr. Bahan, could you please
Yes.
turn on your audio so you can be the main figure?
Yeah, thank you all so much for inviting me. It's very special. This is a special conference. We really do encourage students to get out there and do a professional opportunity, participate in a professional opportunity like this. So good luck on your presentations this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure you're all going to do great, and thank you so much for your research and sharing those papers with the team.
All right. So we can take a picture now, right? Okay, so everybody, you may turn on your cameras so you can take a picture with Dr. Bahan. Yes, it's all ready. Okay, we can take a picture now for 3, 2, and 1. Smile. Thank you very much, Dr. Bahan. It's really great to see you again this year.
You too. You too.
Thanks again, Dr. Bahan, and see you
Bye,
again next
everyone. Bye,
week.
everyone. Bye,
Next year,
enthusiastic.
sorry, next year.
See you later.
Now we move to our second eminent speaker for this session, and this distinct privilege to introduce Miss Enthusiastic. Okay. Yeah. Her name actually is Mrs. Enthusiastic, SSMA.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for having us in this precious occasion, Miss Anti. She's a truly dedicated scholar and a PDP awardee, and now she's currently pursuing his doctoral studies in Nanyang Technological University, NTU, Singapore. And Miss Enthusiastic represents the next generation of thought leaders, bringing fresh perspectives and rigorous research from one of the leading universities in the region. Completed her master's in TESOL, the teaching of English for speakers of other languages, from the Institute of Education, University College London. She's currently enrolled a first-year doctoral student at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. She's interested in researching academic literacy, language teacher education, and development, especially for the lens of sociocultural theory. Her presentation today is titled From Teacher to Prompters, question mark, the risks and realities of AI in level classrooms. So let us give a warm virtual welcome to Ma'am Enthusiastic. Okay, Miss, or let me call her Miss Anti. The floor is yours, and you have 45 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for the kind introduction, Ibu Wulan. And thank you very much for the committee of ICELS 2025 this year for making this happen. Thank you very much for our colleagues, my beloved colleagues at FKIP Uniska Kediri. Last year we had Pak Erwin to present his paper, and this year I'm going to try, even though technology and AI is not really my thing, but hopefully I have something for you guys to think about, because yeah, of course, in this digital era, AI is integrated in our daily life. All right, so let me see. And good morning to you all, my beloved students and also participants and presenters from Uniska and from other universities. So nice to see you. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, it is seen clearly, Miss.
Thank you very much. So yeah, since I am myself a teacher, and my colleagues here also, many of you are teachers. Some others are actually aspiring to be teachers. Perhaps some of you do not really think now that you want to be a teacher, but who knows in the future, right? So that's why I'm thinking that I can talk about this topic about the role of teachers in digital or AI era. Yeah. So my title of presentation is From Teachers to Prompters, and I'll be focusing to talk about not only the benefits we all are using AI. So I believe that we all are familiar with the benefits of AI. But today, I'm also going to invite us all to think the other sides, the risk and the realities of AI, specifically in the EFL classrooms. All right. So a bit of introduction. So this is my campus, the NIE, National Institute of Education. That's the name of the faculty, actually, just like FKIP, right? So NIE is the faculty, and Nanyang Technological University is the university name. My research interests, actually, in my master's, my research is on academic literacies. I'm still interested in academic literacies, but since I've been a teacher and I'm moving on as a teacher trainer, I'm also looking now into the EFL teacher education and professional development. Other than studying for my doctoral degree, since I'm in the first year and I have to take classes. But other than taking classes and also consulting with my supervisors regarding my research proposal, I also joined this research group. It's called Language Learning Research Group. So perhaps some of you are familiar with the faces here on the screen if you have read quite extensively in topics such as corrective feedback or academic writing, or perhaps overseas or literacies or speaking skills, then perhaps you're familiar with two key scholars here, at least. Professor ICELS Lee is the head of the research group where I join in, and also Prof. Christine Go. Yeah, the other faces are, some are my colleagues, others are also professors in NIE NTU. I invite everybody to connect with me. I'm on LinkedIn, so feel free to just invite me and we can connect. So as you can see, I'm a university lecturer. I'm also a teacher trainer. I'm an LPDP awardee, so I consider myself very lucky to have this opportunity to pursue my master's and also my doctoral degree using APBD Republik Indonesia. But of course, there's responsibility behind that, right? Okay. I also sometimes, I'm not a content creator, but sometimes I just post like random things. So if you feel like you also want to connect me on Instagram, I'll be happy to have you. Right, so now let's get to the topic, from teachers to prompters, the risk and realities of AI in EFL classrooms. I believe we are also familiar with AI, but let's have a moment to think of what we actually understand about AI, right? So these are the outline things that I'm going to be talking about. So first, I'm going to start off with talking about the traditional versus modern perspectives on learning. Why learning first? Because the way we see or the way we view learning, that will actually influence how we design our teaching, right? So I'm going to start off with that. I'll talk about how AI transform EFL landscape, how teachers and students use AI, some affordances and challenges, and I'm going to sum up with the implication of AI in EFL classrooms. Right. So I also love the idea of having active participation and interaction. So I would really appreciate if you can use your mobile phone to scan this QR code because I already prepared some quiz on Mentimeter. So let me know if you can scan and if you can go to the questions that I have prepared. I'm going to give you some time to just look into the questions and give your honest answer. All the questions are so easy. It's just asking about your experience in using AI. Okay? Let me know if the link works. I think I can also copy this on the chat box if that's easier for you. Let me see. Chat. Okay, work. Thank you, Mbak Amber. Yeah, I'm going to give you just some time to look into the questions, and we will be back in a minute and discuss your answers, your experience in using AI. All right, thank you for those who have participated. I am sorry, I just realized that I am using the free version of this Mentimeter and I can only have like up to 50 responses to this quiz, but thank you, thank you. I can see that for the first question, how often do you use AI tools? Majority of the respondents think that uh, it's it's an often thing to do. Yeah. So the next one, what AI tools? Chat GPT, of course. Chat GPT and Grammarly. Okay, Gemini, DeepSeek. Okay, Task. What is Task? I'm not quite familiar with Task. I know Quillbot. Sometimes I use it too. Copilot. Yes, yes. ChatGPT appears a lot. If you know what task is, perhaps you can like just type in the chat box and let me know what task is, what type of AI, what kind of job that this AI do. I'll be really happy to learn this from you. Now let's see the purpose for using AI primarily to search of information. Oh, okay. It's interesting because apparently you treat this AI just like Google search, yeah, to find information. Okay. The second answer is for research. And the third one is for content creation. Very good. Okay. Now describe any specific task you accomplished with AI tools recently. To brainstorm ideas, something to do with academic writing, making papers, okay. To create PPT also, okay, right. to analyze tasks. Okay, add more sentences. All right, all right. Okay, rank the following AI tools based on your preference for usage. Okay, majority of you, as expected. Oh, there's a rivalry between Gemini and ChatGPT. Seems like both have their own fan base, yeah? Okay, and then Google comes in the third place. All right. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I'm gonna go back to my slides now. Thank you very much for participating. Okay, some time ago, I cannot really recall, but when I did this teacher training workshop, I also asked about the use of, actually not the use of AI, but the use of technology as part of materials to support learning and teaching. And this is actually the answer that I got from the teachers participating in that workshop. So my question at that time was, what instructional materials have you used most often and why? And you can see that majority of the answers that I got, I think this was last year. You can see it's between ChatGPT and Gemini AI, right? And also there's one AI, it's called brain text, okay? But most of the answers actually, I think, align with you. We go to AI to elaborate ideas or even to brainstorm ideas. Some of you also use it to generate content, right? Okay, we'll talk about the use of AI in a bit, okay? Right. So why is with the hassle of AI? Actually, we have been so familiar with AI since many decades, not many decades, a few decades ago, right? So it's not only ChatGPT when we talk about AI, right? So everyday potential use of AI can be seen when you do online shopping, for example, from the machine translation, you're using Google Translate perhaps, or DeepL or other machine translation. In farming, also AI is used for irrigation, feeding animals. Yes, we have autonomous car where the driver, the human driver, sometimes can just relax because the car is automated. We have robots. So actually, we are familiar with the use of AI in our everyday life, not only in education, not only when we are writing papers, right? Okay. But the thing is, when we have this Gen AI or generative AI, that's different. Well, it has some different characteristics, yeah, between Gen AI and the AI in general, because Gen AI has this capacity to generate content. When I said content, it means it's not only text, it's not only sentences or paragraphs, but also images, videos, sometimes also music. Perhaps some of you are familiar with some people who create music or even songs using Gen AI, 3D designs, and other media. And when we talk about Gen AI, then I believe that's in 2022 when we have this ChatGPT come in the arena, and then followed by Gemini and Microsoft Copilot. All these three are considered the most popular Gen AI that we have today, that people have been using to support their daily tasks. Yeah. All right. So why, if I refer to the document from UNESCO 2024, then UNESCO treated Gen AI different, or AI different from other digital technologies. And there is actually a reason for that. So when we talk about AI, and specifically Gen AI or generative AI, then we talk about a certain entity that actually have this ability to mimic human behavior. So it can it can think like human if we train them. Some people believe so. But also we have these concerns over the fairness, the transparency, the data privacy, because actually ChatGPT or Copilot or Gemini, they have their pool of data from our input. So whenever we type something on our chat columns, actually, then the ChatGPT will keep it, will store all those data. We do not know how they're going to use the data. And whenever someone else on the other day asks about things related to that data, then they will just like use the data to provide answers to our questions. So some scientists and scholars concerns over the transparency, how they use the data, how they're going to treat the data. So data privacy and accountability is some big concerns that people have had about the use of AI. Another concern relates to the human agency. So when I talk about human agency here, the word agency refers to our capacity or our capability to, for example, think, to make decision, to take control, right? So we don't want machine to control us, to think for us, but we as the human, we want to keep our agency, to have originality when thinking about things, right? So human agency is another big concerns over the use of AI. Now, I'm going to now talk about the different views of learning. I'm going to start off with the traditional view of learning. If you can see the picture there on my slide, then there are two pieces of objects, mug and jug, right? The smaller one, the mug, represent the student. The bigger one, the jug, is the teacher. Traditional view of learning sees student as the mug because the teacher is going to pour some knowledge, to transfer some knowledge, to transmit some knowledge to the student. That's very traditional because with this view, then it's considered that the teacher is the one who knows better, for example, the one who should lead, for example, the one who should control everything, right? But I think this type of learning view is no longer relevant for today because, yes, in a way, teachers should still play their roles as the knowledge provider, but they're not like dominantly create the knowledge. But now I think we look more into the students as active participants of knowledge co-construction. So it's not only that knowledge comes from the teacher from one side, but also when in class, then I guess it's a very good idea for teachers to create opportunities, learning opportunities for both the students and the teachers to grow together. Students can use their background knowledge, for example. Students can share their ideas. Students can use their creativity to give colors to the learning experience happening in classrooms. So, whereas students were traditionally regarded to be passive consumers of knowledge, everything that teachers said will be the correct norm, the correct thing. Now we must realize that it's no longer always true, right? And another view that's outdated, that's considered very traditional, is the assumption that education consisted only facts and data memorization. So students have to memorize a lot of things, yeah, and then they have to recall it, they have to do exam, and they have to like write everything that they have memorized. But now, I think we agree that modern education sees learning is much more than that. So before we talk about the role of teachers and how technology can help us to create better learning experience, we need to have this background knowledge that learning is much more than just transfer of information. If our role as teacher is only passing information, then of course we are already replaced by technology and AI because Google, because ChatGPT, they knows more, they knows better, and they can provide answer faster than us human. So that's why our role as teacher is not just simply passing or transferring information from books that we read to our students, but we need to think of how we can nurture students' creativity and critical thinking and communication skills so that they can be an independent learner, they can be an independent thinker, and they're not, dependent on someone or something, and they can like make decisions on their own. Yeah, so bear in mind, learning is more than just transfer of content, and hence online learning must consist of something more than just presentation of content. If a teacher conceives or thinks that learning is just passing information, even though they use technology, then their learning design will be a bit monotonous. Perhaps they will just like provide content and students will just learn, because the point is just to transfer the content from the video, for example, or from the PPT, for example, or from the book to the students. Students can do it by themselves, but I guess us teachers should do more than just that. I hope you agree with me, but we can have discussion later. Okay, I'm going to quote one of my idols in ELT, which is Willy Renandia. He has this one paper with Jacobs, and he said that technology and pedagogy cannot walk separately. They must go hand in hand. So technology must support pedagogy. The use of technology must be inspired by good pedagogical knowledge. So that's why it's very important we do not only use, okay, there's a new technology, let me use it for my class, for my students. No, but we have to have a good reasoning of why we think this technology can benefit students' learning. Another thing that we need to think about the use of technology is that the use of technology should be used responsibly, thoughtfully, and ethically, right? Of course, before ChatGPT arrives and join our conversation today, we already know like some people, for example, do plagiarism. Like they can plagiarize other people's work without really acknowledging the source, yeah? And actually, it's almost similar to what ChatGPT do when they generate content for us, right? So that's why I think it's really important that we teachers provide models for our students so that they can also use the technology responsibly and ethically. Okay, right. I've talked about the traditional learning. Now I'm moving to the constructivist learning theory, which actually regards every student and involve every student in creating or designing the learning experience, and students is considered to be a capable human agent, yeah, in terms of how they can explore their creativity, their knowledge, and they can collaborate to co-construct knowledge. So the keyword here is really student-centered, and it's really about an active learning environment. Creation of knowledge cannot be done by just having an active teacher, right? But students have this responsibility, have this knowledge that they should be active in co-constructing the knowledge. They have to know that they are responsible in learning something, in knowing something, so that they can contribute. Okay, now I'm going to move on the current use of AI and how it impacts the EFL landscape, especially for language learning. And then later I'm going to move on to talk about whether or not teachers use AI and how they use it. For language learnings, from several literature that I've read, so these 5 things are how AI can support language learning. So first, for example, AI or digital technology can provide conversational partner to practice listening or speaking. This is very true because I personally also teach skills such as speaking. And I believe that the short duration that we have in class, the big number of students that we have in class sometimes limit our ability to design speaking activity which can involve everyone in the class to practice their speaking skills, right? So in that sense, I think it's very logical to have AI to support our learning goals for our students to have better speaking skills, yeah, so that they can use AI as a conversational partner. And also, still related to speaking, AI can also be used to improve pronunciation. And this is particularly true in EFL contexts where interaction with good speakers of English are still limited, and we want to have good model of how English is spoken. In terms of language aspects, grammar here, sometimes we teachers are also expected to give feedback, right? But AI can also serve as a grammar checking tool. And they are proven very accurate, actually, because as a second language learners or speakers of English, sometimes we drop S, sometimes we are confused when to use a or the, right? So use AI to help you to notice when and how to use grammar accurately. In writing also, AI can give feedback and they can give instant feedback. But of course, we have to still exercise our critical thinking skills and not only take all what AI suggested for us and follow it without further thinking. Another areas of language that can be supported by AI is the vocabulary. Yeah, so it can suggest variety of lexical resources to help our writing or our script sound more, sophisticated. It has the right academic tone, for example, right? It has the right collocation, things like that. Now, if we break it down, then in writing skill alone, then the use of AI can be seen from how it supports the skill development in terms of vocabulary and grammar, how it influences pedagogy, for example, by giving feedback, and how it can integrate and support with the technologies such as grammar checker, writing assistant, and parent checker, for example. Now the question is, why students prefer AI to teachers? Why they use AI every day, but they do not ask the teacher as often as they do to AI. Every day we can ask and type some prompts to AI, perhaps more than 10 times. But whenever we meet our teachers, sometimes we feel reluctant. Sometimes teachers are considered not that quick, perhaps. Yeah. So these are the reasons why AI is preferred to teachers. AI can provide instant feedback. It can provide native speaker pronunciation, which is still one of the most desired goals for language learners, even though you don't have to sound like native speaker, but still some language learners want to sound like native speakers, and AI can do just that. It can provide more accurate grammar. It can reduce anxiety because when you ask teachers, sometimes your teacher will ask you back, have you not read the book? Have you or did not you come to class because we discussed it yesterday? When you ask AI, you will not get those kind of questions, right? So it will reduce anxiety. You feel like you can ask anything, even the most or even the stupidest question without being judged. So that's the reason why AI is more popular, yeah? And last one, it can promote learner autonomy. Even though, yeah, we can debate about that because some people think that, well, instead of promote learner autonomy, actually AI kills creativity, and that's why instead of the student control AI, AI controls students. So everything is debatable, and we can discuss later. And all this change and trends actually have been predicted by Jack C. Richards in his article titled The Changing Face of Language Learning, Learning Beyond the Classroom. So in 2015, Jack C. Richards wrote about how the landscape of language learning has shifted from the four walls of classroom into beyond classroom. Like there are so many successful language learners who learn not from their teacher in class, but they learn from outside when they use technology to support them, for example. So here's the quote that I want to show you and I want to read to you. The growth in affordances for out-of-class learning available for language learners today creates challenges as well as opportunities for teachers and learners. New roles emerge for teachers as learners become more actively involved in managing aspects of their own learning. You can imagine that if you are teaching a class of 30 students, every students have their individual need and they progress in their own rate. We cannot expect that everybody will understand the same thing, will learn with the same pace, with the same speed, even though we're using the same content, we're giving the same instruction, we have the same activity for them to learn in class, but we cannot ignore that each of our students are individual being with their own capacity. So that's why it is sometimes believed that the use of technology can provide customized learning experience for the users, and that's why it's more comfortable for learners to use technology, and that's why they're more interested in using technology outside of class and use it to support their language development. Right, so I'm going to go back and show you the what UNESCO said about the rapid development of technology. So again, we are reminded of all those affordances, all those benefits, all those opportunities, but also we must be aware of the challenges and threats that we have in the educational context. So what we mean by challenges here, not only cover this, I only show you some, but there are also some others actually. But most common challenge that perhaps educators discuss is the academic misconduct. So for example, writing a paper generated by AI, for example, yeah, ethical concerns. Sometimes AI will give us false information, right? It gives us inaccurate reference, for example. So it has also some ethical concerns. We don't know how AI get those data that's given to us. So it can also lead to loss of criticality because having this dependence to be supplied with ready-made, ready-use answers in the long term, then it will harm, it will bring some negative impact to how our brain think, yeah. Information supply inaccuracy, I've talked about that, and limited capabilities. Of course, AI is still developing, and perhaps now there are some tasks that AI cannot do, so we need to be patient with that. Some also say that it has this technology breakdown in some place with a good internet connection, then everything runs well. In other place, oh, it's really cannot work, yeah, without internet. So it creates technology or digital divide also. So instead of providing equal opportunity for learning, then it creates inequalities. So if I have to sum up everything from about the challenges AI created, then it can be in these four categories: technology breakdown, limited capabilities, fear, and standardizing language means that AI will supply us with the generic type of language. I mean, with your experience using ChatGPT, for example, then you will see pattern of sentences, right? So the sentences look the same. It's starting to sound very similar to the other. So standardizing language is not a good thing because we human are created to play, to be playful, right? To create things new, to innovate. So if we have this similar pattern every time, then of course it's not good, right? Now, I'm moving on from learners to teachers now. So how do EFL teachers use AI? I'm referring to a recent survey in 2023, I guess, 2024 by British Council. They survey more than 1,000 teachers from around the world in terms of how these teachers use AI. So these AI-powered tools teachers use include language learning apps. For example, Duolingo, yes, language generation AI, ChatGPT, for example, every AI that has this capability to generate language. Chatbots, ChatGPT also can be considered as a chatbot. 24% though, interestingly, this teacher said that they use no AI at all, right? Others AI include like automated grading. Well, it depends on what type of assessment question that you have. If you have like multiple choice, then I guess it can do automated grading. Perhaps some AI can also give feedback for text also, but I'm not sure about the grading thing. Perhaps if you have like scoring criteria that's clear enough, they can do it for you, but I've never tried it. Speech recognition software, yes, text-to-speech tools, data and learning analytics. We all use this LMS, right? If whether it's a Blackboard based or Moodle, and it has this data and learning analytics. For example, how many students are logging in today, and then how many of them complete this task. So these learning analytics help teachers to have insights in doing assessment for their students, not only doing assessment, but they also can learn what type of task or activity that their students are interested in. So for example, okay, this type of task, only 20 out of 30 students log in and complete the task. While the task every student's completed, so I need to like perhaps evaluate. Perhaps there's an instruction that's not clear enough in this task, things like that. Then virtual and augmented reality, in which we use a certain tool, yeah, to create like a virtual experience for the user. And the functions for using the AI include creating materials, have learners practice using English, creating lessons plan, grading or assessing, administrative tasks. For me personally, I use it for admin tasks also. So for example, like I want to make a schedule for a speaking test. Okay, I'm going to just tell you the last thing that I use with AI to do admin tasks. So I have a list of students' number, and then I have a day and time, and then I have some examiners, and then so I just put these names of students, and then I just write the prompt. Okay, just create a schedule for my students to do the speaking task, la la la, and then boom, because administrative task is very tough for me. Admin task is quite challenging for me. So yes, of course, I make use of AI to help me ease my work. Okay, creating lessons plan, not quite, because perhaps because of my years of teaching experience, I already have like quite quite a lot of scenario of what to do, except if it's like a new class for me. But if it's something that I have taught before, then I think I'm okay. Perhaps I'm just going to just do some modification here and there, perhaps read some new textbook to give some refreshment, things like that. Okay. Now, very interesting, since we talk about the role of teachers in AI age. So this statement, it says, I worry about the impact AI will have on my role as an English language teacher. And as you can see that there are so many teachers say neutral. Neutral means have no idea, right? So if you have this type of question and then your answer is neutral, it's actually you cannot decide whether you agree or disagree, right? And I was also surprised. But of course, the more I think about it, like the future is so evolving in a way that we cannot really expect, right? So I can understand why so many people answer neutral. The number of people who say agree means they worry about how AI will replace their role, and disagree means or they're confident AI will not influence their role, is almost the same. So it's a very interesting survey. Okay, now let's talk about the roles of teacher, right? In traditional context, then yes, you may be familiar with all these tasks, yeah. We teacher not only teach, we are also planner. We plan what to bring to our students in class. We design the learning activity. In class, we guide the student, we facilitate them in discussion, for example. We give feedback after class or in class, and then we also are expected to give grade. And perhaps there are many other roles that's not stated here. Okay, I think teachers are familiar with all these roles in traditional learning context. But since we now move to the age of AI, not only we have to perform this role, but also we have so many other roles. For example, we are now also AI learning integrator. We are also global competency mentor. We're also virtual exchange coordinator. Like now we have to be familiar with all the virtual tool and virtual technology to help our students learning. We have to be an architect of learning environment. We sometimes do hybrid class when we combine online and offline meeting, for example. We have to be digital literacy specialists also. And on top of that, we have to be a well-being expert, because nowadays, with all this rush of information and how things can happen, so many things happen at the same time, we need to be stable psychologically. We need to present as a well person in class. We cannot, show our students that we are so fragile as a person. We can also offer help to our students who are in need of some well-being support, right? So of course, a lot of roles, yeah. Now, the fact is, in this age of AI, with all those roles and all the challenges that AI bring, only 7 countries have developed frameworks or programs on AI for teachers in 2022 based on UNESCO. So you see how difficult it is to become a teacher. Like you have to perform so many roles, you have to befriend, but also compete, but also control AI. And then you have not provided any framework. You have to learn everything by yourself. So you can see how complicated it is today to become a teacher, right? So UNESCO, but UNESCO, good news is UNESCO already has this AI competency framework for teachers, right? They also have one document for students, but of course, because my presentation today is for teachers' roles, then I only show you the framework for teachers. There are 5 aspects: human-centered mindset, ethics of AI, AI foundations and application, AI pedagogy, AI for professional development. So with this framework, we know that as a teacher, we do not only focus on how to apply AI or how to use AI in pedagogy. We also need to think of number 1, human-centered mindset, how we maintain our agency as a human, even though we are attacked by AI in all sides, right? We also have to think about the ethics of the use of AI and how AI can help us to develop professionally, right? If it's actually downloadable, so if you want to check the complete document, you can. Yes. So I'm going now. I don't have much time, I believe, so I'm going to just play this YouTube video from our Vice Minister of Mbak Wamen ya, Prof. Stella Christie, on her comments on the use of ChatGPT. Oh, wait. I think Sorry, I'm going to share one more time to make sure the sound is audible for everyone. Okay.
Kalau kita menulis,
Is it audible? Okay, thank you.
pakai ChatGPT. Maksudnya kalau kita menulis pakai ChatGPT. Maksudnya ChatGPT yang menulis buat kita. Lama-lama kita tidak akan punya rasa tahu mana tulisan yang bagus, mana tulisan yang tidak bagus. Jadi kalau kita terus bilang ChatGPT tolong bilang kita sendiri tidak bisa menilai mana yang bagus, mana yang tidak bagus. Nah, kalau kita bersedia kehilangan naluri untuk menilai mana yang bagus, mana yang tidak bagus, silakan pakai ChatGPT. Tetapi kalau kita masih mempunyai naluri itu, oh saya tahu inilah tulisan yang bagus, inilah podcast yang bagus, inilah podcast yang kurang bagus. Janganlah bergantung 100% pada ChatGPT. Jadi kembali kepada outcome, apa yang Anda mau? Apa yang Anda mau dari behavior atau dari kelakuan-kelakuan yang Anda lakukan? Gitu. Kalau kita menulis,
Sorry. Okay. All right. So that's Prof. Stella Christie, the Vice Minister of Education and Technology and Research. Oh, I don't know the name in English. Okay. Right. So let me go back to a couple of last slides that I have. Oh, am I still sharing my screen? Wait.
Yes. Yes, you have, excuse me? You have maybe about 3 or 4 minutes left for your presentation.
Thank you, Wulan. Sure. I only have a couple of, slides actually. All right. So yeah, I hope you are like me, and we believe that the question is no longer should we or should we not use AI, right? We cannot not use AI. Of course we can and we should use AI, but how we use it, that's the more important question. We should use it responsibly, and we should not let AI take control of our thinking. We should still have our own independent thinking. I think that's my argument for this topic, right? Okay, so now I'm going to, this is just a couple last slides, yeah, and I'm going to highlight the importance of human-centered approach to AI in education that promotes key ethical and practical principles to help regulate and guide practices. So this approach encompasses 4 core principles. First, the design and the use of AI should be to strengthen human capacities and not the other way around, not to weaken human capacities, yeah? And then the second one, access to AI should be equitable and inclusive, regardless of where we're accessing the AI. Because right now we see that the free version of AI and the paid version are already performing different performance, right? They have different abilities. So that's actually something that's not equitable in terms of access to AI. Okay, but I'm not going to discuss that further. So the third one, AI models in use should be explainable, safe, and do no harm, especially in terms of data privacy, I believe. And last one, the selection, use, and monitoring of the impact of AI should be human controlled and human accountable. So the keyword is human. We're like giving back our whole capabilities as a human, of a human as a thinker, as a decision maker, as a designer, and etc. Okay, so a lack of clear, okay, I'm going to just skip this. Where do we go from here, just to close my presentation? So I guess in the fast-paced, complex, and often confusing time, it's vital to be thoughtful and responsible by slowing down the pace of AI implementation in education. So this article, this quote is not from me, but from Moylan et al. 2024. And I feel like I agree with this statement, because we teachers, we are human with all our limitation. An industry produce AI like with a snap of their fingers, all new things keep coming. We're so overwhelmed with all this new information, new innovation. Of course, yes, we need to innovate, but we need some pace, right? Some pace to take a breath, to learn, so that we do not only just once again pass. Okay, this is new technology, you use it. But we also take some moment to really reflect on how to use the technology wisely, ethically, responsibly. Okay, I think that's all that I have. But while waiting for your question, I actually have. Do I have? Oh no, it's okay, Bulan. Thank you. I think I'm going to stop my screen. Back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Enthusiastic. That was a highly relevant talk, I think, especially as many educators right now are navigating how to integrate AI responsibly, yeah, in a language classrooms. And maybe now our time to hear some comments or questions from the participants, mostly students, yeah. Okay, maybe you can raise your hands, participant, or maybe you want to write your question or comments for these very interesting topics in the chat box. Okay. Oh yeah, that's good. There's a one student raised her hand. Okay, Mbak Fitricia Siren, please. You can say your question or comment.
Okay, Ma'am. So based on the presentation before by Ma'am Antik, so it says that we have to like compare between the utilization of AI generation and academic pedagogy like that. My question is, maybe it's like a discussion. First, focusing on academic writing. So me, especially as a student, I need to break down things that I didn't understand before, like when there is a terminology, new terminology, so I directly ask the chat GPT, like, what is it? Can you explain to me? So before we see that our academic style, I mean like in 2025, it's more like student center, no longer like a traditional form like before. So how can we integrate this generative AI in our academic writing, but in our own way? I mean, like, actually, I still need a step by step from from my lecture to show me how to write, like how to write essay, structurally and so on. So that's my question. How me as a student integrate this generative AI that should be my own style. So maybe that one, Mom. Thank you.
Thank you, Fitricia Siren. It's really relevant and relate with the most students right now. Please, Miss Enthusiastic, you may answer this question.
Thank you very much for the question, Mbak Siren. Okay, actually, that's something that I want to show. So I'm so happy that you asked the questions. I'm running out of time, but I have meant to show you this as an example of what happened in my university, because I'm also students like you, right? So I know how painful it is to write a paper, but I want to do it properly, right? So I'm going to one more time share my screen. Okay, so this is what happened at NTU actually. Oh, wait. So when we turn in or when we submit our paper, then we need to have this information, right? So the paper for what course, the professor, and then this Turnitin similarity index. If we have more than 20, it doesn't mean that we cannot turn it in, but we cannot submit the paper, no, but we just have to explain why the similarity index is more than 20% actually. So this is one thing. And then I also have to declare how AI can be used. So of course, we are all confused, like how far and how much we can use AI, right? So here, the policy statement on the use of Gen AI, I think this is something that all universities must have in order to guide their students, not only the students, I think the lecturers also, so they know like boundaries, like how far and for what purpose can we use AI. So in this example, in this document used by NTU, so AI can be used for language polishing. In this case, I always use it to polish my language because my writing is not that good, of course, right? So I use, for example, like Grammarly, sometimes ChatGPT also to help give feedback. Yeah, so that's perhaps something that you should underline to provide feedback. So I'm going to copy and paste my paragraph, let's say, and then I will ask ChatGPT to please provide feedback in the area of, for example, vocabulary, tone, grammar, coherence, for example. And then I'm going to just screenshot because everything must be declared. Yeah, other than language polishing, it's also okay to use AI as a thinking buddy. Some of you in the beginning of my presentation said that you use ChatGPT to brainstorm ideas. It's something that you can use. Of course, each professor might have different policy. Like I have my supervisor, and my supervisor does not recommend brainstorming ideas with ChatGPT, but some other professor allow that. So you just have to like consult and make it clear. But thinking buddy, for example, like Mbak Shiren said, oh, I'm not sure about the definition of this. Can you, I think that's okay. You ask that, right? And perhaps you can also ask, can you provide some references related to this topic because I'm researching about. So instead of you just receiving the answer, try to ask ChatGPT to allow you to also do your task. I think that's the thing that we need to do, right? If we do not want to lose our agency as an independent thinker. And yeah, this is just like my own. I use Grammarly and ChatGPT. All the Grammarly that I use is the free version. Sometimes it's still not accurate. And this is my prompt when I use ChatGPT. Give suggestion on language use, clarity, or coherence for this paper. Do not rewrite my sentences because I'm gonna be in trouble. Yeah, if I use sentences from ChatGPT. So I just ask them to provide feedback like this. So yeah, I think that's all I can answer. I hope you have some more what is it understanding of how we can use ChatGPT, especially in writing academic papers. Thank you. Back to you, Bulan.
Thank you, Miss Ante. That's a great overview. So everybody now can understand how to keep the academic integrity and also the ethics, yeah, in doing the writing academically while using the AI wisely. Thank you so much, Miss Ante. Now we are coming to the end of your session. And as like the first session by Dr. Leslie Bahan, now we are processing the photo session with Miss Sandy and also the participants. Miss Dana, you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. All right. All of the participants and presenters, you may turn on the camera. Okay, are you ready? So I will take your picture. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right. One last more, sorry. One more time. 1, 2, 3, and cheese. All right, thank you so much, everyone. You can continue, Memulan.
Okay, all right, Miss Dana. Thank you, Miss Sandy, once more. Thank you for your very insightful presentation today. Have a nice day.
Very welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think now we are already ended the second session of the plenary. And I think we have Ibu Nurbaiti already in this room. Am I correct? Hello, Ibu Nurbaiti. I think she's
Yes,
already
Bulan.
in the room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bulan, Dr. Nurbaiti
Yes.
has sent the recorded presentation and I have forwarded
Okay.
to the committee. So yeah,
Okay.
perhaps we can play the presentation, but Dr. Baiti is here. So yeah, you can
Okay.
proceed with introducing her. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Santi. So, okay. Okay, Dr. Nurbaiti binti Ismail Shauki. Yeah. Okay, we are delighted to welcome our second session first speaker today. So this is the first distinguished speaker, Dr. Nurbaiti binti Ismail Shauki. Dr. Nurbaiti is a respected lecturer at Tunku Abdul Rahman University, Malaysia, known for her dedication to advancing knowledge in specializing in applied linguistics, discourse analysis, and entrepreneurship communication. She holds a PhD from University Utara Malaysia and has contributed to research on pedagogical writing, corpus contrastive analysis, and AI in education. Her research and teaching have consistently provided valuable contributions to the academic community. Today, Dr. Nurbaidi will be sharing her insights on global perspectives on AI in English language pedagogy, risk, rewards, and readiness. So shall we have the video for the presentation? Okay. Please extend a very warm virtual welcome to Dr. Nurbaiti, and the video is already prepared by the committee. Thank you.
Oh, Mas Julio aja. Oke. Sorry for all of the presenters. We are still in process for showing you the video. It will be appear in several minutes. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to honorable professors, distinguished guests, esteemed presenters, and audience of the second International Conference on English Language Education for Undergraduate Students 2025. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to present the given topic of empowering undergraduate research in English language education through AI and digital tools. I am Nurbaiti binti Ismail Shauki. I am truly honored to be here joining you from Malaysia to discuss this topic. Because for me, this is the era where technology continues to redefine our academic landscape, offering us tools that transform the way we conduct our research, the way we analyze language. So as educators, as researchers, whether we like it or not, it is important for us to embrace the technology in our teaching and learning process. As a corpus analyst, my focus today will be on corpus concordance tool, which I personally regard as a powerful resource in text analysis and linguistic research. I will begin with two foundational digital tools, which are Clostagger and Encong. And then after that, I'll introduce some beginner-friendly AI tools that further support linguistic research, which I've taken from my students' experience. I asked them what are the AI tools that they are most comfortably use when they are doing their research. Okay, so after this, I'll share with you. So why do I choose to talk about Clostagger and Encong? Okay, so number one is because for me, this conference is very much tailored to to aim the undergraduate students, number one, and then number two, it is specifically for English language education. So I believe that the foundation is already there, the base is already there, the knowledge is already there, schemata is already there. So it's easier for you to grasp the information that I'm going to share after this. Okay, so I hope this topic will be beneficial and it will encourage more research in this field. Okay, all right, so let's start with the content. So these are the two digital tools that I will share today. Number one is Clostagger and the other one is Encong. So before we get to the UI, the user interface of this application, let us understand what is the tool, who are supposed to use the tool, and why are we using the tool. Okay, so the first one, Clostagger is basically, it stands for Constituent Likelihood Automatic Word Tagging System. That's the word clause, CLAWS, and Tagger is basically coding. Okay, coding, linguistic coding. It was developed at Lancaster University and is one of the earliest and most respected part of speech or post taggers available. And its primary function is to assign syntactic categories to every word in a text. So we have word like the noun, the verb, the adjective, the adverb, and so on. So this application allow us not to see just what the student write, but how they structure their language, why they use the base form, the basic form of SVO, or why some others opt for complicated or complex structure. Okay, while Encong, it is developed by Lawrence Anthony. It is a free and versatile corpus analysis tool. It helps users to explore lexical patterns, collocation, concordance, lines, word cluster, and many more. Essentially, this tool, Encong, if it is used, it lets students see how language applied in real world. How language is applied in real world. And then number two, who should be using this tool? Number one, our undergraduate students who are working with their essays or final year project. So for example, they want to explore on what is the most common collocations used by undergraduate, for example. So they can use this tool to gather the data. And then secondly, language educators can also use this tool to assess grammar development of their student. And then specifically, researchers can use this to explore syntactic features that they have across the corpora that they have compiled. Okay, and then why is this tool useful? Okay, because number one, it identifies learner grammatical strength and weaknesses. So this is important for our student basically. Okay, they need to know in what way they can improve. They need to know what else that they can do to write better or to speak better. Okay, and then number two, it empowers learners to base their finding in linguistic evidence, not just baseless or meaningless analysis. So they can use this as their base, as their base for the research. Okay, all right. And then number three, why do we use these two digital tools? Is because it allows comparisons across level, genres, and also across time frames. So for example, you have early draft essay, and then you can compare to the final draft essay in order to see how different, or what are the patterns that the students develop. Okay. All right, so with that being said, let us see the application. Okay, so basically for Clostagger, you can just type, okay, Clostagger in your Google, and it will lead you to this site. Okay, basically you will have this, okay. Sorry, okay, so you will have this if you type clause tagger and then search for it in your Google, okay, so it will lead you to this site. Clause part of speech tagger for English, okay, and then you have the introduction here, what is clause tagger, okay, and then the accuracy, okay, the accuracy, as you can see, it's consistently between 96 to 97 accuracy, okay, and error rate of only 1.5, okay, so it's really low. So you can read most of the thing here, but how to use it, you can just click on free clause tagger, okay, so it will lead you to this site, okay. So you have this box here where you can paste the essay. You can paste the student's essay here, okay. So here on top you have the text set, so you can choose whether you want to do C5 or C7 text set. The difference will be C5 is for a more general analysis, while C7 it has more advanced coding, more advanced tagging. All right, so I'll just copy this part here. Okay, just pretend this as our student's essay. Okay, so just paste it here, and then you can click on tag text now, and it will do the analysis for you. It will run the analysis for you, and you can see the text I pasted in the box has 50 words in it. Okay, and these 50 words are tagged using tag set C5. Okay, so this is how the analysis will be. This is how the data will be. Okay, so for example, this is the determiner. So you can see that it is labeled as DT. Okay, free is the adjective, so it is AJ. Service is noun, so it is an N. So you can see all of this. Okay, but if you are not familiar with the coding or with the tagging, so you can click here, tag set C5, and you can see what are those things. What is AJ? What is NN? What is VV? VDD? Okay, so okay, so these are the coding for C5. So for C7, okay, you can click here and it will give you the C7 tag set. So as you can see, it has many more to it. Okay, for example, for the V1, for the verb, you can have up until more than 20. Okay, and also more than 20. Okay, the noun, and then you can see here it has the 80 for article, and then for adjective it becomes here it becomes R. Sorry, adjective here is because I usually use C5, so I'm not really familiar with the C7. Okay, but it has more text set to it. Okay, so you can choose whether you want to go for the C5 or you want to go for C7. Okay, all right, so now let's go back to the text that we have just now. So after we did this, what are we supposed to do with this? What are we supposed to do with the data? Okay, so it comes to the second digital tool, which is the Encom. So you can copy this, okay, and go to Encom. Now let me go back to this.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan FKIP Universitas Islam Kadiri.
Okay, so today we are going to continue with the digital tool, the second digital tool in the slide, which is the Encong. So for this one, for this application, we have to download it first, and then we can use Encong will do. Windows, please download. But it's that's what make it user friendly. Okay, so you can see it has this features on top: KWIC, plot, file cluster, engram, collocate, word, keyword, and word cloud. Okay, so KWIC, my goodness, is keyword income tax. Okay, so meaning that this is the first feature that you are going to see. But before we go to the features, okay, you have to upload the file first. Okay, so this is the option when you want to download. So you can go to file on top. Okay, I'm using the Apple version. Okay, so you can click on the open file as quick copies. Okay, or you can choose other tools when you are familiar with it. Okay, but for the sake of today's discussion, okay, so I choose open file as quick copies. Okay, so when you choose this one, it will give you the option of choosing the file, the essays, the student's essay that you want to analyze, or the sales email, or whatever genre that you want to analyze using Encong. So after you have chosen the file, you can see there are a few, these are from my folder. Okay, so I choose this as sample retranslation essay. Okay, and as you can see here, nowadays it has it is available in many formats. When I first used Encong back in 2025, sorry, back in 2015, 10 years back, it could only accept plain text file. Okay, so I had to manually convert my documents into that format before I can run any analysis. However, with the latest update, the 10 times after that, okay, Encong now accept wider range of file types. Okay, so including, you can see here, PDF, you can upload Word now, subtitle, you can upload plain text file. Okay, so it makes the process much easier and far more versatile for researchers. Okay, so make sure you choose the correct format for your folder, and then after that, so this is the type of folder that it accepts. So you can see at CSV, even Excel file, XML, okay, HTML, table, subtitles. So these are the different format that you can upload in the Encong. Okay. And then, so once you downloaded, once you uploaded the file, so it will appear here. Okay, the name of the folder will appear here. So you can begin your analysis basically. Okay. This one is not the one with the with the clause tagger. Okay, remember the first digital tool that we use just now is the clause tagger. Okay, so this document retranslation is just the plain doc file. It's not from clause tagger. So how do we analyze the document from clause tagger? Okay, so this is the document that I've used with the clause tagger. So you can see we have the NN and NN1, NN2, and because here I put the search keyword is NN. Okay, so that's why it shows only file with NN, not file, the word, okay, or the sentences with NN. Okay, if you put here, if you want to see how many AJ, for example, or how many VVD, so you can just put here and it will give you the total hits. Okay, so you can see on top you have 2,000 NN. Okay, so this is from, if I'm not mistaken, 30 files. Okay, 30 essays. Okay, so from 30 essays, the total hits for NN was 2,114. Okay, so you can use this to count for frequency. Okay, and the second feature that you can see on top will be the plot. Okay, so the plot tab, basically it gives us a visual distribution of where those keywords appear in the text. Okay, so you can see this is the example. Okay, so using the same file SIE, and you click on plot. Okay, and for example, you want to see the NN. Okay, you still want to see the NN, so you can see it has this plotting. Okay, file token, which is to 20,000. Okay, frequency for NN will be 2,114, the same number just now, and this is the dispersion. And then after that, you can see the next feature will be the cluster. Okay, so cluster gives us the frequency. Okay, the frequency. So you can see here, frequency, FREQ is the frequency for example, NNM. Okay, so what is NNM? Okay, so because in this folder, I use M for the move, because in this paper, I analyzed the move for the sales email. Okay, so that's why the frequency for NNM is higher, because I use M throughout the essay. So for example, introduction, I put as M 1.1, for example. And then the second sentence is the discount, for example, or the establishment of company. Okay, so I put that as M2, for example. So that's why the M number of frequency is the highest for this cluster. Okay, so the second one is NN for N. That is the second highest with the 120. Okay, so you can see the cluster here. Okay, so next one is the n-gram. The n-gram is basically the same as clusters. Okay, because it gives you the right word and the left word that is associated with the word that you search here. Okay, so that is cluster and n-gram. Okay, and then this is collocate. So collocate is for collocation. We can see the words commonly found near a keyword. So by using collocate, okay, we can reveal how students frame persuasion, for example, because this is sales email, right? So it has something to do with persuasive genre. Okay, so we can see, for example, the word writing. Okay, we search for the word writing. So writing is usually used with this word. Okay, I am writing, and then after that it has email. I am writing this email, for example. So it gives you the collocation. Okay, for those who are maybe interested in doing collocation, okay, you can use this feature to see what are the word associated. For example, the word make. Okay, the word make. So what is the common word that is collocate with make? Make it easy. Okay, or make me, for example. So you can see the collocation. And then after that, the word list. Okay, these give you the list of the word with the frequency. So you can see the top 10 frequency here will be the NN, the noun, and then VV, PP, and then we also have MP. Okay, so these are the top 10 for the frequency of the word. So you can check here, depending on your interest to write. Okay, you want to write about the pose of speech, or you want to write about the collocation. So it gives you the frequency of the word. Okay, because word list usually is the tab that offers a rank list of all vocabulary used in the text. Okay, so it allows us to identify dominant themes and rhetorical strategy that we want to apply in our analysis. With the streamlined interface and also broader file support that they have nowadays, Encong is actually making corpus analysis more accessible than ever, okay, especially for undergraduates working with authentic functional text. For example, this one with sales email, or you want to do students essay, or you want to get into the maybe advertisement, or maybe political speech, or maybe news. Okay, so depending on your interest. So I hope by using this tool, it will give you the base idea on how to continue with your interest in research. Okay, so next that we are going to share is basically let me go back to the slides. Okay. Okay, so now we have done with the two digital tools, okay, which is Clause Tagger and also Encom. All right, what, who, why, and the main features of the application. So now I want to share how to triangulate the data. Okay, some people have it differently. If you are doing quantitative, or you are focusing on qualitative analysis, but this is how I do for my one of the paper. Okay, so you can see here, this is just a sample. Okay, a sample of data triangulation. So usually what I would do it is okay, so I'm sure most of you are familiar with this CEFR descriptors level. Okay, CEFR is the Common European Framework of References. Okay, this is where we have this 6 level of English language. We have AI, A2, B1, B2, and C1 and C2 to indicate the level of English of our students. Okay. So, by using Corpus tool, researchers can map their findings to CFR framework. Okay, analyzing students' essay tagged with clause, tagged with the clause tagging. Okay, learners can explore which part of speech patterns correlate with proficiency level. Okay, so we can actually dig deeper into this analysis. Okay, which part of speech patterns correlate with proficiency level? Okay, is it A1 only use noun, for example, or is it what is the parts of speech mostly relate to C2 level? Okay, and for example, we can see that at A1 level, we might find frequent use of simple verb, okay, and determiners, okay, Whereas at B2 to C1 level, there's a growth in the use of models, passive and discourse markers. Okay, so we might find that in our analysis. Okay, and then secondly, okay, we can use meta-discoursal analysis. This is by Highland 2005. Okay, so by using NCOM, okay, students can analyze how writers manage reader engagement, okay, through meta-discoursal strategies. So we have like 7 meta-discoursal level. Okay, for example, hedging, we have attitude markers, we have transition. Okay, so we can use this to create targeted concordant search, okay, for expression like perhaps, for example, in contrast, or we argue and explore how they position the reader. Okay, so there are many ways for us to use meta-discoursal analysis by using the data that we analyze using the 2 digital tools which are Cross-Tagger and also NCOM. Okay, so it can be analyzed using meta-discoursal analysis. You can add up to the analysis. Okay, and then you can also use readability metrics, okay, to analyze the data. So using NCOM, for example, we can complement the analysis with readability measurement tools, such as we have many. Okay, basically we have many. For example, flash reading is, small index, Liao. Okay, so we have many readability measurement that we can choose. Okay, we can just upload the text, okay, in this website or in this application, and then track how syntactic complexity aligns with target reader proficiency. Okay, so we can use this, and then we can connect with the data that we have found in the NCOM and also Cross-Taggers. This because this can help our undergraduates understand the balance between fluency, complexity, and comprehension of the text. Okay, the text that they want to analyze, the text that they write. Okay, so I'll just share with you some. Okay, some of this readability metric. For example, the most well-known tool is the flash reading is score. Okay, so for flash reading is score, okay, I took this from Readable website. Okay, it has the formula. Okay, it gives us the formula. For example, if you want to use flash reading is, okay, flash reading is score. So this is how you calculate the text, okay, the data. So flash reading is score, it gives a number between 0 to 100. Okay, meaning that if the text is having higher score, meaning up to 100 maybe, okay, it means that the text is easier to read. Okay, and for example, anything above 70 can be read by school students, while a lower score means the text is more academic or advanced. Okay, so if after you have counted, okay, the text, okay, the essay that you want to analyze, and it gives the score like, for example, 40. Okay, so meaning that the text is considered as more academic, more complex, and more advanced for general readers. Okay, and then the second readability metrics that you can use is Flash Kincaid grade level. Okay, and how do we count the text is 0.39 total words, total sentence. Okay, so you can see the formula here. This is more common in US school grade. Okay, so if the score is 8.5, for example, that means it is suitable for a student in grade 8. Okay, so it has this metrics for us to read the text. Okay, we also have the Gunning-Fox index. Okay, Gunning-Fox index is the this is the Gunning-Fox index, GF. Yeah, If the score is 12 or higher, so it means that the text might be too difficult for general readers. And we usually aim for a score around 7 or 8 for gunning forks for gunning fork index. Okay, so around 7 or 8 for general readers. Okay, and then there is SMOC, okay, which is used to check if a text can be understood by people with average literacy. It is very useful for for educational material. Okay, and you can check all of these using the website. Okay, there are many websites that explain more about the readability metrics. Okay, depending on your interest, which one that you want to comprehend, okay, which one that you want to include in your analysis. Okay, so if we want to maybe some of you are interested in developing your own readability metrics, okay, that is more suitable for the Asian community. Okay, so maybe this could spark your interest. Okay, okay, so this is the level for flash king cake grade. Okay, so you can see if it is if the score is 2, okay, learning to read books. So it is for the newbie in reading. Okay, the group fellow, this is the type of book that is considered suitable for the level. So Harry Potter, Jurassic Park, this is considered as average for the average level reader. And then for the skill reading level, it will be things like a brief history of time, academic paper. So aim for grade 8 to ensure your content can be read by 80% of Americans. So this is developed by the Westerners. So it is more applicable for their level. Okay. And then now we move on to the AI tools. For the AI tools, these are the AI tools that I get from my students' survey. Okay, so what are their preference when it comes to AI tools in research in language analysis? Okay, and I'm sure you are more well aware of these AI tools compared to me, okay, because I'm the dinosaur generation. So but just bear in mind, these tools are not a replacement for linguistic rigor, okay, but it can scaffold our understanding and accelerate exploration. Okay, we still need to verify some infos, the references they use, and also the sentence structure. We still need to do our part when we are using AI tools. Okay, so let's go to the first one. Okay, the first one that I want to share today is basically the tool that we use for beginner in the research. We just graduate, okay, or we just embark in our PhD journey. So we have nothing in mind. We do not know what to do, how to start. Okay, we do not know. So the best way for me to start a research is to conduct systematic literature review. Okay, SLR. So SLR, it gives us the benefit of knowing the gaps. Okay, for me, it gives us the benefits of knowing the gaps in our field. Okay, so it is a structured 7-step process. Okay, there are 7 steps in conducting SLR. Okay. Okay, so now that we have explored two digital tools, Clause-Tiger and Anchor, that can assist with data handling and analysis, and we have seen how data can be triangulated using methods such as readability metrics, meta-discausal features, and CFR level. I would like to introduce another important approach, which is the systematic literature review. Exactly, NSLR films. You might recall the movie Dil Se, okay, in this field. Okay, what is it that you want to investigate? Okay, so if you are interested in linguistic or in corpus, what is it that that usually people will say, what is it that have not been done yet in the field? Okay, so you can start with that. Okay, so this is why we do our SLR. Okay, in order to find out what is it that we can contribute. Okay, so I is for inclusion and exclusion. So after you have determined the research question, okay, what is it that you want to investigate? Okay, so you have to set your parameter, set a clear parameter for what to include and what to exclude in your study. Because usually when we start, the question, okay, will be vague and ambiguous. So in order to make it specific, you have to have your set of inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay, so what is it that you want to navigate in the study, and what is it that you want to exclude? Okay, all right, and then after that, after you have done the two first step, defining your research question, and then you have your clear inclusion and exclusion set, you do your literature search. Okay, so conduct a thorough search on the topic that you have selected. Okay, so for example, you are interested to do on corpus contrastive of
The recording has stopped.
ChatGPT prompts, okay, of your students. All right, so you can start by going to Google. Okay,
This meeting
and
is
then
being recorded.
type the maybe the past studies on ChatGPT, or is there any studies on prompt, okay, used by students that have been done, okay, recently. Okay, after you have done, you have collected your literature, okay, past studies on the topic that you are interested to do, you do the S. Okay, the first S is for scan. Okay, so you have like for example 50 past studies that you have collected, so scan. As the first S is for scanning. Okay, so you scan the studies that you have collected. So scan for the abstract, number one. Scan for the titles. Does it reflect the research question and the inclusion and exclusion criteria? So refer to that list that you already have. Okay, and then the findings. Okay, does it reflect what is it that you want to study, that you want to contribute in the field? And then the methods. Okay, the methods used by the past researchers. Does it is it can be improved? Okay, in that sense. Okay, so as number one is scan. All right, and then after that you have the E. So the E is for extract. Okay, so after you have scanned, you have chosen, for example, out of the 50 past studies that you have collected, now maybe you reduce to 25. Okay, after you do the scanning. Okay, so from this 25, you extract relevant studies, and then you can begin organizing your data. Okay, so for SLR, we have this specific diagram called Prisma. Okay, you can search for it. Okay, so Prisma, it organizes your data. Okay, so you have the eligibility, you have the inclusion, number of exclusion data. There's a certain formula for you to do your Prisma. Okay, so meaning that by this time you already have a solid base, okay, for your SLR. Okay, and then after that, the A is for assessing. So assessing for me, I would refer this in Malay we have as pemeringkatan dua kali. Okay, if you are familiar with it, okay, it's a process where you double check. Okay, you double check your the compilation of data that you have. So assess the soundness and relevance of each study that you have extracted from the past studies. Okay, so a check for the alignment with your RQ. So don't forget the base is your RQ. So does it tally with your RQ? Okay, does it answer or does it help you to explore more, okay, from your research question? Okay, and then the final S is for synthesis. Okay, so this is the final steps. This is the final step involves synthesizing themes. Okay, you identify patterns and you highlight any research gap. So gap is basically some people don't prefer gaps. Okay, they dismiss gap as something baseless. Okay, so gaps here we can improve it by saying that highlight what is it that you can contribute to the field. What is it that you can contribute more? Okay, for example, the past studies are using this method, for example. So you from your reading, okay, from your reading from the past studies, you think that, oh, maybe we can look at it from this perspective by using a different method. Okay, or you want to add another view from other field. Okay, for example, corpus contrastive is basically, we all know it's linguistics, right? So maybe now you want to add technology to it. You want to scan how people's brain react, okay, to certain prompts. Okay, so you want to include brain scanning. Okay, so that's a different method that you want to include in your study. Okay, all right. So I hope by using this acronym, okay, it will be easier for you to remember, and it will be easier for you to conduct your SLR and help you with the structuring process, okay, of the 7 step of doing SLR. Now let us go back.
Okay, that's the video from Ibu Nurbaiti from University of, what is that? University of Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Ibu Nurbaiti. And now she's in this room, and ready for the question and answer from the participants. So now I please the participants to ask questions or comments. Yeah, you can. Oh, Chinta has raised her hand, and this session will be 15 minutes long. Okay, please, Chinta, Ibu Nurbaiti, are you ready with the questions?
Okay, thank you for the time, Miss. I am Cinta from 6th semester. So my presentation is about what are the best strategies for us to interpret the result of path analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Cinta, for your question. Ibu Nurbaiti. Yeah.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry,
Yeah.
can you repeat the question again?
Oh, yeah. The question is, Cinta, would you like to repeat or just from me? Cinta, can you repeat the question?
Yes, Miss. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. About what are the best strategies for us to interpret the result of path analysis, Miss? Thank you.
So that's the
Okay, thank
question,
you.
Dr. Nurbaiti. The best strategies to implement.
Okay.
Yeah.
from my understanding, the question is what are the best strategies to read the analysis, right? So like I shared in the slide just now, usually we can do the data triangulation where we incorporate other strategies to the data that we have collected and to the analysis that we have done. So among other ways, we can include readability metrics, we can include CEFR, and then we can also have maybe meta-discoursal features in it. So the best strategies would be you document the process. Okay, so if you just jump into whatever that you have in hand. Sorry, I'm actually in the crowd. I'm having another another assignment now. So the way to do it is basically to document everything and then just follow the process. So for example, if you are doing SLR, so you can follow the 7 approaches, the DILSEAS, okay, for a more structured strategy if you want to include in your analysis. Did I answer the question?
Yes, I think you have. Yeah, Mbak Cinta? Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Dr.
Yes, Miss,
Nurbaiti.
enough. Thank you, Ma'am Baiti.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nurbaiti. Can we go to the second question or comment, maybe from participants, other participants? You can raise your hand. Or maybe question from me as a closing advice from Dr. Nurbaiti, especially about the use of AI. Oh, this is Mas Edwin is asking. Okay, let me cancel my question. Allow me to ask a question, Dr. Baiti. What about making good implication for data analysis? Okay, data analysis results. Okay, can you monitor, Dr. Nurbaiti? Do you monitor that question?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you.
So for me, the question just now, it's about making good implication for data analysis result. I think it all, like I said just now, it all goes back to how you structured your the process of research writing that you are doing. So if you are doing the SLR, so you can follow the 7 step. But another way of doing it, good implication for data analysis, right? It should goes back to your research question and research objective. So usually in our Viva or in the proposal defense step, whatever that you put in the data analysis, people will always find the connection to the research question and research objective that you have highlighted in the introduction. Okay, so always go back to your research question. Does your analysis answer research question 1, research question 2? Is how does it answer, using what method? So those are the things that you have to connect in your data analysis. First is the relevance to research question and research objective, and then how does it relate to your method or approach that you are using in the analysis. I hope that answers your question.
How is it, Mas Edwin? Okay, I think it already answered his question. Thank you so much, Dr. Nurbaiti. Maybe for the closing, can you please give us some advice for as the language educators, language and students educators, sorry, language students and educators who are still unfamiliar with the AI tools? Do you have an advice for us as your closing remarks?
For me, regarding technology, it's a continuous process because technology will always have something new in the book. So like before this, we have the digital tools, right? And now we have the AI tools. So after this, we don't know what will come.
What
Okay?
else?
But the thing, so the thing is we have to always open ourselves to the advancement and continue learning and prepare ourselves. We have to have the knowledge, at least get to know the free subscription, okay, because the AI nowadays we have all the full subscription, all the free subscription, so just maybe familiarize ourselves with the free one, and then after that we can decide whether we want to purchase the full subscription or we want to explore another AI tools in market that we have. So that would be my advice for the current trends that we have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nurbaiti. That your advice will be very useful for us. Yeah. Okay, can we have the documentation session right now, Dr. Nurbaiti?
Can we have one?
Photo session.
Oh
Could you
yeah,
please
okay,
turn on
sorry.
your camera? Yeah, so we have the documentation with you. Okay. Thank you. Miss Dana, you ready?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am. All right, wait a moment. Let me, yep. All right, it's all great. So everyone, you may turn on your camera. Let's have a photo for our third session here. All right, you all ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right, one last more, please. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. All right, massive thanks, Ibu Nurbaiti. It was really a great presentation.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the
so
opportunity.
much. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good day, Dr. Nurbaiti.
Thank you, thank you.
Now we move to our last but not least eminent speaker for this session. It is my distinct privilege to introduce Mr. Salim Nabhan, SPD MA, a dedicated scholar currently pursuing his doctoral studies at the Doctoral School of Educational Science at the University of Szeged, Hungary. Pak Salim? Yeah. Pak Salim, is it still in the morning there? Pak Salim is still mute. Okay, Mr. Nabhan or Mr. Salim Nabhan brings a unique perspective from his extensive experience in multiliteracies in English teacher education, multimodality, digital literacy, and AI literacy. He holds a master's degree from the University of Delhi, India, awarded under the ICCR scholarship scheme. His work has been published in several reputable international journals, including Systems, Elsevier, Sage Open, and Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics, IJAL. We are keen to hear his contributions. Mr. Salim Nabhan's presentation today is titled Embracing Multiliteracies, Redefining English Language Teaching and Learning in the Digital Age. Please give a warm virtual welcome to Mr. Salim Nabhan. Okay, Mr. Nabhan, you have the screen.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Bulan. It is nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it's clearly visible.
Okay, well, thank you very much once more. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning.
Waalaikumsalam.
It is still morning. Right now it is at 6:30 European summer time. It is now summer and we have 5 hours gap. So I'm sorry with the adjustment of the schedule because in the initial schedule, it was still at around 4 o'clock and probably I was still sleeping. Okay, so thank you very much for the committee and especially Bu Wulan, who has invited me to be one of the keynote speakers in this conference. So I'll bring a topic and I hope that the topic will be relevant to the conference topic about empowering future educators in digital and multimodal era. So this is about multimodality and about digitality. Right. This is the topic that I will bring to this conference entitled Embracing Multiliteracies, Redefining English Language Teaching and Learning in the Digital Age. I'm Salina Bahan, and right now I'm doing PhD in the Doctoral Schools of Educational Sciences, University of Szeged, Hungary. So I hope you are still motivated because you have gone through 3 speakers and it is already afternoon, right? Lunchtime. This is very critical time, I think. Okay, well, I'll just speak briefly and I prefer to have more conversations, dialogue, questions, feedback, and some discussion related to topic. My presentation will cover several subtopics. First is about the digital age and English language education. So why multiliteracies and why it is relevant to today's digital age and English language educations. The next is about literacy education as a new direction because basically we need to redefine English language educations in different perspective adjusted to today's situations and conditions. And the next, we need to explore multiliteracies as a framework for English language educations. And the next, we need to know what happens actually in our curriculum developments in related to the literacy today. And I'll talk a bit about multiliteracies pedagogy, so how to implement the framework into practices of pedagogy, learning and teaching practices, and little bit about lesson plan developments adjusted to the framework of multiliteracies. And I also will discuss a little bit about how to assess multiliteracies in a framework holistically. So those will cover my presentations. If you have a question in the middle, please be free. Right. I'll begin with the very basic questions about why multiliteracies and what is the relevant to today's digital age and in connection to our department's English language educations. So based on literature review, I've got minimum 3 rationales dealing with this. The first is today's technological advancements. I believe that you are engaging with a lot of informations and information is delivered instantly and we can access globally. And the most important thing that we are engaging with multimodal informations. And I believe that you have Instagram, maybe. I also have Instagrams. Yeah, a lot of pictures there. And basically you are not only reading that picture, but also you are doing something with that picture. And I know that maybe you are watching YouTube and it is more preferred than watching TV, right? Because you know what you need, then you can just play the YouTube that you need. Right, that's informations. You are engaging with a very large information that you receive every second. And in addition to this, I know that learners today, and we all know, is considered as digital natives. So basically, the learners consume content differently. So they select the information based on their need and interest. And the most important rationale is that about the expansions, conceptions of literacy. So literacy nowadays is considered beyond the text. It is more multimodal. It involves certain modes of meaning making, including linguistic itself, pictures, audio, visuals, gestural, and so on and so forth. We will talk about this regarding the concepts of multimodality. And in English language education context, of course, we need to adjust this perspective into this context. How to equip the learners to face this globalized and digital world. So, dealing with the digital age, of course, and I couldn't agree more that it offers opportunities as well as challenges. Then the question is how to negotiate the digital age. Of course, we cannot leave this. We have to face this. We have to utilize this into the opportunities that can add on our perspective into English language teacher educations. Then we have also very reflective questions regarding these today's situations. Minimum two questions are our current approaches inclusively preparing learners for real-world communication in the digital world? Is our approach appropriate to equip the learners? That's a very quick basic questions. And the next is how to bridge the gap between traditional literacy and 21st century demand. 21st century has been defined with many frameworks. So there is no very specific definition about the first century perspective. However, it equips the learners to face today's 21st century demands. Well, so a little bit about the concept of digital natives versus digital divide. As we know that learners today are considered as digital natives. They are in nature engaging with the technology. They possess the ability to use technology without any intensive learning. Since the baby was born, they bring handphone. They know how to use it. So it is basically a digital natives. It is, of course, different concept with digital immigrants in the period of the people before. So in related to this, we need to understand that there are two digital divide. The first digital divide, it deals with the access of the internet. Probably in the past, most of people get difficulty to access the internet, to access the computer. But nowadays, most of people can access the internet. However, more devices, network improvements, they do not guarantee meaningful interaction with technology. So the keyword of meaningful interactions right now become problematic. It is not about the access of internet because everyone has got the internet. And then it leads to the second digital divide, so-called digital literacy. So digital literacy is very crucial in today's digital era, yeah, because maybe today devices have been provided, networks have been improved, but providing dynamic and transformational learning opportunities are still ongoing challenge. And this new digital divide deals with the ability to navigate the digital environment effectively. So how to gather the informations, how to analyze the informations, how to communicate those information digitally today, that's the concerns in the second digital divide. So we are now facing in the second digital divide that is called digital literacy. Right, so the next is about a new direction related to literary education. So the trends now really impact to the three main domains. The first domain is curriculums. How do we develop the curriculums? And the second domain is pedagogy. What are the teaching and learning practices? And the third domain is about assessments. How do we evaluate those teaching and learning practices to meet the 21st century demands? Even Right now, there is a new conceptions to broad from language skills into literacy. So we don't need to no longer, language skills relevant to face today's society. So literacy terms is considered somehow more relevant in the case. Right. So actually what happened with today's curriculum developments? So literacy curriculum today cannot be merely a language-focused curriculums with only 4 micro skills of English language teachings, including writing, reading, listening, and speaking. But what is called to be literate in this digital age is to be able to effectively communicate multimodally. So this is somehow related to multimodality because we are now in the era of multimodal. So thus, the English language teaching and learning must go beyond from reading to print to reading both in print on screen, from reading of books to reading of books and viewing multimodal text critically. Right now, we do not only read the text, but reading multimodal text. And reading terms is no longer relevant in this case. Viewing multimodal text is much more relevant. Not only reading and viewings, but critically viewing those multimodal texts. Then from writing to writing and typing, from speaking to speaking and representing. So this is interesting terms of representing in this case, because how to represent our ideas not only using linguistic interface, but also using multimodal text to represent our ideas. So in the context of Indonesian, I think, and this new literacy approach has been integrated in the Indonesian curriculum developments, especially in English language educations. And therefore, we have to able to translate those concepts into practices. Yeah, that's the works. Right. The next is the basic understanding about the concepts into literacy towards multiliteracies. So originally, literacy refers to reading and writing in variety of contexts. But in the 21st century context, the definition of literacy has gone beyond into the ability to use technology to get the information and communicate the informations. How to get the informations critically and how to communicate those informations effectively. That's the literacy in the concept of 21st century. In the perspective of international reading associations, that literacies today are much more different from those, of course, in the past. We are now in a very definite or different era. So we have to adjust. And another researchers also defined literacy today is not simply ability to read and write, but also the ability to implement the knowledge for specific purposes and contexts. And in the case in English language education context. So a brief comparison about traditional literacies versus multiliteracies. We have several aspects to compare, including definitions of literacy, learning context, pedagogical approaches, and cultural sensitivity. While in traditional literacy, it is a text-based focused on reading and writing. However, multiliteracy is more multimodal with the engagement with the visual, spatial, and the use of digitality. And in terms of learning context, traditional literacy is a classroom-centered, it is a print-focused, and in multiliteracy is more diverse, with the integration of technology and multimodal practices, the involvement of multi-modes of meaning making. Then in terms of pedagogical approaches, literacy traditionally is linear and teacher-directed, but multiliteracy is more collaborative. Collaborative in this sense will deal with the social literacy that we will discuss later, and it is adaptable, critical thinking, and it will do critical literacy, and it is of course learner-centered. And one of the important features is cultural sensitivity, in which traditional literacy has a limited integration of diverse perspective, and in multiliteracies, this encourage cultural and linguistic inclusivity. So this is basically an approach which is very inclusive. Right, so what is basically multiliteracies? I believe you are questioning about this. So the first terms of multiliteracies is coined by the New London Groups, NLG. It is basically a group of several scientists and researchers in 1996. So this reveal in response to changing of communication forms. They recognize the diversity of communication modes or channels with cultural and linguistic diversity, because it the world become globalized. There is no any border. And holistically, multiliteracies involve multiple modes of meaning making. Then it also consider multiple cultural and linguistic contexts. So basically, this is to understand how different modes can work together to create a meaning. And it is not about adding new skills, but how to integrate them together inclusively. So that the key terms of multiliteracies. And recently, we have developed a multiliteracies framework, and it has been contextualized into English language teacher education. This is the recent research in response to a little bit overlapping of conception of multiliteracies, and try to comprehensively divide multiliteracies into certain framework which has been contextualized into language teacher educations. Multiliteracies has 4 dimensions. The first dimension is multimodal literacy. The second dimension is digital literacy dimensions. The third dimension is critical literacy, and the fourth dimension is socio-cultural literacy. So what is meant by multimodal literacy? It is basically the ability to create, interpret, and evaluate meaning across a range of modes, including visual, spatial, auditory, and try to integrate them into teaching and learning. And the next is digital literacy. This is basically the competence to using digital tools for a range of teaching and learning activities, to access, to evaluate, to create the content, and to participate in the digital communications. And the next is critical literacy. This is ability to engage with the text in a certain manners with the critical assumptions. This is somehow related to higher order thinking, yeah, in the cognitive levels. And the next is socio-cultural literacy. It deals with the understanding and the engagement with the diverse social and cultural perspectives in the teaching and learning context. So those 4 dimensions form together the multiliteracy framework in teacher educations. In more detail, those 4 dimensions have also a very specific indicators to understand more what is meant by multimodal literacy. So multimodal literacy has the indicators of how the learners create multimodal materials, how to interpret, how to analyze those multimodal texts, and how to communicate those multimodally, and how to integrate in multimodal learning. And it is so-called multimodal pedagogy. So there is certain terms coined nowadays, and it is called multimodal pedagogy. Pedagogy which involves multi-modes of meaning making, and it is part of multiliteracies pedagogy. Then the next is digital literacy. It is about internet safety, yeah, in terms of copyright, plagiarisms, without undertake, without any citations, and so on. Digital communication, how to communicate digitally, digital creations, functional skills, how to operate. So this is not only how to operate the tools, but also how to use it safely, how to communicate them, how to get the informations. And those are integrated into digital pedagogy. So basically, multimodal doesn't deal with the digitality, yeah, but digital literacy will be involved in the digital perspective of teaching and learning. Then the next is critical literacy. It deals with the textual analysis, how to analyze the text. However, because it is a multimodal, so it is not always about the text, but also a multiple text, multiple modes. So how to evaluate those information with multimodality, yeah, and how these are brought into critical literacy instructions. There is also a set of terms called in one publication, they have critical multiliteracies. And the last is sociocultural literacy. It deals with cultural diversity awareness, social interactions. It can be in the forms of collaborations, interactive learning community. We have to very sensitive with the cultural diversity, and then we can design culturally responsive teaching and culturally relevant pedagogy. So those four indicators will bring the main concepts of multimodal, digital, critical, and socio-cultural literacy in the framework of multiliteracies. Right, a little bit about multimodalities. So what is this called multimodalities? It is a multiple modes of meaning making. This conception is was developed by Cope and Calansis. They are concerned very much to the ideas of multimodality, and there are several modes, including written language. It is writing, reading, handwriting, yeah, printed page, the screen, oral language. This is live or recorded speech, listening, yeah, visual representations, images, pictures, craft, view, scene, audio representation. It can be music, sounds, listening. It's also audio representations, tactile representation, touch, smell, and taste, gestural representations, movement of hands, expression of face, gaze, body. It can be called also a nonverbal communications. And we have also spatial representation, spacing, layout, landscape, and so on. So there are actually multiple modes of meaning making. So it is beyond textual representations. So we can see the potential of multiliteracies as a pedagogical shift. And we have certain guide how to implement those framework into practices. And it is called multiliteracies pedagogy. So to implement multiliteracy pedagogy, this involves several components of situated practice, offered instructions, critical framing, and transform practice. And then this is revised or reframed or redeveloped into knowledge process of experiencing, conceptualizing, analyzing, and applying. What are those knowledge processes? I'll let you know this. The map of multiliteracy pedagogy developed by New London Groups and Copen Calensis. So basically, knowledge processes involve 4 stages of situated practice or experiencing, offered instruction or conceptualizing, critical framing or analyzing, and transform practice or applying. Situated practice or experiencing can be experiencing the known, meaning that learners reflect based on their own familiar experience. Or it can be experiencing the new, in which learners observe something new or unfamiliar thing, a new situation or context. And the next is conceptualizing. It can be by naming or with theory. By naming, meaning that learners probably group things into categories, classify them, and define these terms. It can be also conducted with the theory. For example, learners make generalizations of certain concept using concept maps. Maybe you are familiar with concept maps, how to connect the key words into certain concepts. And in analyzing knowledge process, it can be done functionally or critically. Functionally, meaning that learners analyze logical connections, or maybe cause and effect, or the functions. Or critically, how the learners evaluate based on their own perspectives or other people's perspectives. And finally, we have also applying. Yeah, it can be done appropriately or creatively. Appropriately means that the learners apply with the real world situations, and creatively they develops their own creativity into a different context. And those knowledge process basically is not in order, but they can be recalled based on their needs and the learning objectives. So it can be more than one knowledge processes. So to get better understanding, I provide you several examples how to translate the concept into practice. So we have several classroom strategies for multiliteracy pedagogy with certain with specific engagement. For example, visual engagement, cultivating auditory, or interactive and digital engagement. In visual engagement, it can be done with image analysis, infographic creations, or video project. Podcast comprehension, dialogue performance, this to cultivate auditory. Or we can also use several strategies of digital storytelling that I will explain more in detail. To have interactive and digital engagement. We also can have web quests, collaborative online project, or even gamified learning. So several classroom strategies can be used and integrated into multiliteracy pedagogy. So, for examples, in the classroom strategy of digital storytelling, in the topic of narrative text, yeah, teaching and learning narrative text. This is very common in the topic in English language educations. So it will follow 4 knowledge processes, including experiencing, conceptualizing, analyzing, and applying. In experiencing stage, learners can view and analyze the examples of different cultures and media. So we have cultures in sections and we have media use, and it can be done using brainstorming. In the conceptualizing, the learners can discuss about the structure and cultural context of narrative. So we have culture in sections in this case, and it can be done using concept maps. Concept map meaning several key words are connected that forms a certain concepts. In analyzing, the learners can question the complexity of culture and language. This is about linguistic features and also ideas. It can be done through 3-to-1 summary or debate. And in the applying stage, the learners can create students' own digital stories. It can be in the form of genre reformulations. So basically, this is narrative text, but there is a genre reformulations beyond the text into digital stories, because this is basically how do we communicate multimodally. And that's what we need in today's complexity. Right. A bit more detail how to develop those concepts into the lesson plans. It follows several stages. The first is contextualize the lessons. The second is analyze the lessons. The third is the analyzing the content and analyzing the knowledge processes. And finally, we have to evaluate the lessons, what can be improved later. A bit examples, how to contextualize the lessons. Normally in the lesson plan, we have learning objectives. We also involve certain language forms and probably insertions of certain cultural content. So for examples, in learning objectives, students will be able to talk about some things, analyzing something, comparing some things, and the language forms involve like vocabs about city, preposition expressing certain verbs, and cultural contents in certain country, for examples. So we have to contextualize the lessons. Then the next is analyzing the lessons. In this analyzing part, we develop into certain activities, activity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those will be analyzed in its content and knowledge processes. So in terms of content analysis, several activities 1 and 8, are synchronized into certain learning objectives, language forms, and cultural content. For examples, learning objective 1 to 6 is relevant with the activity 1. Language forms 1, 5 is relevant with the activity 1, and so on and so forth. And this is the most important part in the integrations of multiliteracies through knowledge process analysis. So the basic question is, does certain activity engage in certain knowledge processes? For example, this activity 1, 3, 4, and 6, they are relevant with the activity of experiencing. And activity 3, 5, and 7 are the engagement with the conceptualizing knowledge processes, and so on and so forth. So all activities as basically represent those knowledge processes. And finally, we have to evaluate the lesson plans. Probably we found some weakness and we have some revisions of improvements to get better in the future teaching and learning. So those are several stages how to translate the conceptions into practical activities. Right, so we can take the benefits of multiliteracy pedagogy. Several studies also indicate that multiliteracy pedagogy promotes students' independent learning, motivations, and learning techniques. So learning techniques is no longer monotonous, but it can be variative. The next is multimodal literacy could be incorporated or integrated into English language classrooms using technology, and it always brings positive outcomes. And based on the literature review, multiliteracy pedagogy has been proven to be substantial using multi-modes of communications and technology utilizations. Right. Well, the next is about assessments. How do we assess then our teaching and learning practices? Actually, there are several approaches of assessments with several studies. For example, assessment beyond traditional essay. So the learners are no longer writing the essay, but how to integrate diverse assessment formats that reflect multiliteracies. It can be done using digital mind map, multimedia presentation, video essays, or even digital portfolios. Another approach can be done using process-oriented assessment, how to evaluate not just the final product, but also the process of meaning making. This is in line with the study of responding to literature text through films in English. Yeah. So how to critically evaluate sources, yeah, how to combine modes and so on and so forth. Another study also suggests the rubrics for multimodal text. So Lee in 2020 developed a certain rubrics to assess multimodal pedagogy, considering several aspects of content, technology, graphic designs, language and mechanics, and creativity. So it also promotes the creativity of the students. And the recent study, it is about self-reported assessment using teachers' multiliteracy framework that has been delivered before. So teachers multiliteracy framework involve 4 dimensions. Yeah, I'll discuss a little bit later in the next slide. So this is more explanations about multiliteracies and process writing approach framework with different approaches of assessment involving in the stages of process writing approach. So stages of process writing approach such as pre-writing, planning and organizing, drafting, reflections, peer or tutor review, revisions, editing and proofreading, and publishing with several possible activities. And it also uses dominance modes, including visual, spatial, digital, linguistic itself, then audio, visual. And what is the most interesting thing is that the students can create or design other modes beyond the text. So this is another assessment approaches that can be done integrating multiliteracies. Well, the next approach is the assessment in a multiliteracy framework, and it is called teacher multiliteracy scales. How do we evaluate comprehensively the outcomes of pre-service teachers? This scale has been developed through 2 phases of item development and validations involving conceptual framework. Conceptual framework that has been delivered before consists of 4 dimensions of multimodal, digital, critical, and socio-cultural literacy dimensions. And it also involved in content validity, palette testing using phase validity. And in the validations of the scale, we use exploratory factor analysis and also confirmatory factor analysis, as well as internal consistency testing. Then the result indicate 4 dimension of multimodal with 8 items. Then digital literacy with 6 items, critical literacy with 7 items, and sociocultural literacy with 6 items. So in total, there are 27 items, and it has been proved to be valid and reliable instrument to assess English as foreign language pre-service teachers. So these are the teachers' multilateral scales with the items, including multimodal literacy dimension, digital literacy dimensions, critical literacy dimensions, sociocultural literacy dimensions. They are translated from several indicators that we have discussed before. Right. This is about the future of ELTL, English Language Teaching and Learning. This is a multi-literacy visions. So, the future of English language teaching and learning require the integrated curriculum. So multiliteracies are not an add-on, but it is really integrated into English language teaching and learning. It is woven into a fabric of English language teaching and learning. And language skills are developed through the engagement of multimodalities or multimodes of meaning making. And it also requires the dynamic learning environments. Classrooms becomes hubs of creations, collaborations, and critical inquiry. And it is supported by the technology. But technology, in the sense, it doesn't replace the teacher, but it is a tools for digital integrations. And this also deals with the empowered global citizens. Yeah. So the learners are not just proficient in English. This is very fundamental or essential things in multiliteracies, but are adept at navigating and contributing to a complex and multimodal world. So English is not enough, but how to navigate, how to contribute into a multimodal world, that's very essential. And learners are critical consumers. So how to get the information critically, and responsible creators, how to create responsibly, ethically of informations.
Excuse me, Pak Salim. You
Yes.
have about 3 or 4 minutes left for your presentation.
Yes, I'm reading your mind. So this is the final slide.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, so well, we can take several conclusions from these presentations. So multiliteracy is and has been considered as the umbrella concepts toward the new direction of English language education, and it has been implemented in many countries, including Singapore, Finland, United States, and many other countries. And we need to highlight the link between the curriculum developments. How do we develop our curriculums? Pedagogy. What are the teaching and learning practices? And the assessment, how do we evaluate our teaching and learning? And embracing this shift enriches learning and prepares learners and teachers for today's digital and dynamic world. So we have to embrace the shifts, embrace the change, because the world is no longer the same as our previous world. So the keyword of embracing the shift or the change becomes very important in this case. So, Kasanam Serpent, thank you very much for your kind attentions. And I would like to have further discussion regarding these things. So I'll stop sharing. Thank you very much for your kind attentions. Okay. Hello, Pulan. I'm done with my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm losing my connection just now. I'm so sorry, Pak Salim. Thank
Okay.
you so much for your presentation. I think your presentation really reminds us that literacy today is not only about reading and writing, yeah. It's just about that, but also about the meaning making across the diverse modes and media. It raises us an important questions. So how ready we are now to prepare, yeah, with the current curricula and teacher training programs to embrace the expanded view that you have just presented. So maybe today it's a really precious moment for the dear participants to have question and answer directly from the PhD candidate, Mr. Salim Nabhan from Hungary. So I please you, the students, to have question or maybe comment if
From
you are
Indonesia.
a bit shy. Yeah, pardon me?
From Indonesia.
Yeah, from Indonesia. From Indonesia. Yeah, you are from Indonesia, but now you are living there. Okay. Please, maybe you can raise your hand or just type your comment or question in the chat box. What's so silent? I think this is critical time, like you have mentioned. Oh, this is good. Rika Nurfania. Okay, Mbak Rika. Yeah, that's good. Your microphone is still mute. Okay.
Thank you for the chance, Mamulan. And my question is, in the context of Indonesian education, which features of multimodality are the most challenging to integrate and how to overcome this challenge? Thank you.
Thank you, Rika. Pak Salim, can you get the questions from my dear student?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for the questions. Interesting questions. Frankly speaking, I haven't done any further research regarding what is the most difficult modes to be implemented. But I believe that integrating those multi-modes of meaning making is very important because basically the essential thing of multiliteracies are how to bring together those modes into a meaningful communications. So it can be combinations of picture and audio and becomes video, for examples, or it can be also only a visuals or image. It's also possible. In our today's communications, and they are there. For example, in your Instagrams, it is full of image. And basically you are viewing those images. And probably you can understand about those images. Watching or viewing YouTubes, you do not only read the text, but also you views the visuals, you listen the audios. So it is basically a multimodality brought together into a certain materials. So the essence is that how to combine those several modes into a meaningful communications. So the things, because the literacy today, once more, has gone beyond merely a text interface. And how to overcome it, I believe because you are digital natives, so you do not get any difficulty to operate the tools. But digital literacy, once more, it doesn't deal with how to operate the tools, but how to use it effectively. How to use it effectively, meaning that's how to get the information critically. We don't just get the information instantly. So we have to think that certain information is right or not, valid or not. We have to think about this. And this is very crucial because digital literacy right now, even they are digital natives, but the levels of digital literacy might be different. Some peoples are understanding certain informations partly. They just share information without filtering it, and it is dangerous. And this is the role of digital literacy, how we filter the informations, then how to use the information, and how to communicate those informations. So what are the alternatives to increase our literacy is that how we can improve our digital literacy in certain manners. So we can use those modes effectively and efficiently. Yeah.
Thank you for the response, Pak Salim. How is it, Mbak Rika?
I hope I'm
Oh.
answering your questions.
Yes, oh, she nods her head. So it means you have answered her question. Okay, thank you, Pak Salim and also Mbak Rika. Okay, next question or comment, maybe from other participants. We still have time for one more question. You can raise your hand or just chat in the chat box.
Mhm.
Okay, Pak Kidin. This is Pak Kidin is a lecturer, Pak Salim, from
Oh,
FKIP
nice to meet
Uniska.
you,
Yeah.
Muhyiddin.
Yeah. Okay. Please, Pak Kidin.
Thank you very much, Bu Wulan. Okay, Pak Salim Naban, maybe this is the first time I see your face.
Yeah, it's
Talk
me.
by virtual transformation. This talking about digital literacy, maybe this is related to my research now, talking about digital literacy also, but I give the point about critical digital literacy. My question for you is about, you say before about the level of digital literacy. Now, till now, I haven't got the article talking about the level of digital literacy. Maybe do you have any sources talking about the level, maybe to know the level of digital literacy, especially in Indonesian level? Maybe I don't know exactly.
Is that all, Pak Kidin?
Yeah,
Oh,
such
yeah.
a
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So asking about the reference, Pak Salim, because he's doing his dissertation right now.
Okay, well. So,
Speak with Pak Fajar.
oh, yes, send my best regard to Pak Fajar. He's my colleague. Yeah. And I wish you all the best with your works. Basically, digital literacy is also the topic of my research interest. And I focus on digital literacy in the context of writing. So writing, digital literacy. And you also mentioned something about critical digital literacy. If I'm not mistaken, I also conducted a research regarding critical digital literacy qualitatively. I hope I'm answering your questions. This is how to evaluate or assess the level of digital literacy. Is it digital literacy in general or critical digital literacy, Pak Muhyiddin?
I hope in focus on critical digital literacy, maybe.
Okay,
I hope.
yeah. So I'll try to explain in general about digital literacy first, because it is a core concepts then we can develop into certain contexts, either criticals or writing or other specific contexts. Basically, there is no any certain conceptions about digital literacy. There are many frameworks to assess digital literacy. In my studies, I found more than 10 frameworks to assess digital literacy or competence. This include the study of Calvani 2008, Hagu and Payton, or even Ferrari, maybe you've heard, and also the framework of digital competence, DCOMS, by Ferrari and Carretero. We also have JISC, Belshaw. So there are a lot of frameworks dealing with the assessment of digital literacy. I also developed my own framework or scale dealing with writing digital literacy, and I adapted my assessment based on those existing framework. And it has been published in Sage Open. You can access it as a reference. And in terms of your questions, based on my review, critical digital literacy is still lacking in the review. So I think it is very interesting topic. If you contextualize digital literacy, more focus on critical digital literacy, because this is one factor which is very essential in digital literacy. So if we know, digital literacy involves several dimensions, including internet safety, communication, collaborations, and one thing about critical thinking. So critical thinking is one aspect of digital literacy. If Pak Muhyiddin wants to focus on critical digital literacy, I think it is very good idea. And these terms have been published in several publications, but I haven't now up to date certain assessment or scale dealing with digital literacy, critical digital literacy. Probably you can find several critical digital literacy studies qualitatively, but maybe I hardly found critical digital literacy that is psychometrically evaluated. Yeah. And it is a valid and reliable scale to assess, maybe focus on English language teacher education. And probably my suggestion is that from those existing digital literacy frameworks, yeah, we have many, you can try to analyze, synthesize, and contextualize into critical digital literacy, especially in the dimension of critical thinking, and develop yourself. This is very, very good. And it has a very clear gaps to develop this kind. Are you planning to develop that scale, Pak Muhyiddin?
Absolutely. Yeah. Now I only get just only a few sources talking about critical digital literacy, but talking about digital literacy as many sources about talking about this topic. But talking about critical thinking by in digital literacy, it is just a few sources. So
yeah.
Sources.
Yeah, because basically critical thinking is one part of digital literacy.
Yeah.
But if you want to focus on critical digital literacy, I think it is very, very good idea. You can go on it.
Okay, thank you, Pak Salim.
Yeah.
Next time maybe.
I wish you all the best with your
talk
work.
deeper.
Okay, that's so
Thank you, Pak Salim.
nice to see the interaction between both of you. Yeah, because I think Pak Kirin like finding the answer, yeah, a little bit small answer for his dissertation. So really good. It's really a proof that this conference really useful and beneficial. Thank you so much, Pak Salim. So, by the way,
Most
could we have,
welcome.
yeah, could we have the, what is it, your materials? PowerPoint
Yeah,
presentation?
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. You
I'll share.
can send to me, or maybe you can also send in the chat box if you don't mind, if you don't mind.
I'll send to you personally. I need to convert it
Okay.
into, yeah, then you can
Okay,
share
okay.
participants.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Salim. Could we have the photo session? Yeah, everybody, could you please turn on the camera? So are you ready, the committee, for the session? Yes, somebody responding, please. Yeah. Okay, so this is Mr. Mas Edwin, yeah? Can we count? Sorry, Pak Salim, to wait a little bit. Hello?
Okay. Hello? Yes.
Yeah, hello, the committee. Could you please monitor? Oh, yes, okay. So I will count. Oh, Mas Edwin, could you? Yeah, okay. Okay, we start the photo session right now. Mas Edwin, could you give us the okay. Ready? Just inform us if you are already taking the photo, ya Pak Mas Edwin. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think it's enough. Sudah ya Mas Edwin ya? Ya, okay. Sorry Pak Salim because the administrator maybe doesn't have the audible. Okay,
No.
done. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pak Salim, for giving.
Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Wish you all the
Have a
best for
nice day
conference.
there
Have a nice
in
day.
Hungary with your
Be
family,
around.
and best luck for your study.
Thank you.
Applause,
Bye.
everyone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. After the four presenters, the four presenters, we already finished the first session today. So thank you so much once more for Dr. Leslie Bohan from University of Richmond, and then also Miss Enthusiastic from NTU Singapore, and also uh, Dr. Nurbaiti from Tunku Abdul Rahman University, and also Pak Salim Nabhan, SPDMA from University of Szeged, Hungary. Thank you so much. So we have a break right now. Yeah, bye. Thank you so much. We have a break right now, and you can have a short break for 30 minutes, and you go back to the room. Yeah, to the room. Am I at 1 o'clock? We start the second session for the parallel session with your names already listed in the breakout rooms. Okay. Thank you so much for the first session. Don't I give time to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alright. Thank you very much, Mamulan. And thank you very much to all speakers and participants for the engaging and insightful discussion. All right, we have additional announcement for all of participants and ICELS presenters. Later at 12:50 p.m., when we start the parallel sessions, our priority are all of presenters. So in this case, due to the limit room, we sincerely ask to all participants not to join the parallel session at 1 p.m. Our priority to all presenters. And for the presenters, you have to recheck your position in which breakout rooms you are going to present later. All right, good luck for the presenters. And we will now take a break until 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. And please return on time as we will continue with our parallel session in the breakout rooms. See you soon. All right. Welcome back to the second international national conference on English language education for undergraduate students, ICELS 2025. We are now moving on to the parallel session where presenter will share and discuss their research in assigned breakout rooms. Each session will be moderated and all presenters are encouraged to engage actively in discussion. Please note the following important reminders. Number one, presenters must enter the breakout rooms assigned by the committee as previously shared in the WhatsApp group. Number two, you are not allowed to switch to other breakout rooms unless instructed by the committee. Number three, presenters, please make sure your Zoom display name follows the correct format, starting with PR underscore your name for presenters. Thank you for your attention, and we wish all presenters the very best. Let the parallel sessions begin.
Aku udah ngomong jasnya mati. Oh, udah ada yang pinjem laptop suami. Biasanya aku pinjem laptop suami. Bagus. Dewi udah capek. Loh, kok namanya Pak Raidin terus akhirnya Rumi? Akhirnya Pak Kir. Loh, kok sebenarnya Pak Raidin? Asalnya Dewi Astuti. Bentar. Kak Bopo iki lho, Bu. Lah iya gak lelek gak apa-apa enggak apa-apa. Ini siapa tak ganti namamu ya? Tak ganti namamu. MD tuh ya? Tak panggil nama juga. MD enggak sih? MD. Kodenya MD.
Suaranya mute. Masuk.
Siapa?
Chen.
Nanti terus sudah dipakai kunci lah. Ini mah. Ini udah bisa. Hah? Bisa? Sudah. Headset Mbak Dina. Cek. Oke, cek. Sudah. Ini kameranya kok kayak sih pas. Oh, oke. Mbak Dena sini dulu. Oh ya. Itunya nanti kalau itu aku bangun.
By the way, ini yang masih di main room, kalian nggak gabung ke grup breakout room? I think you need to join to breakout room. Check your name.
PR
Sorry, I think there is misunderstanding. Yeah, Mas Krishna. I still have, hello, committee. I still have two presenters presenting. Suddenly I go to the first main room. Can I go back to the, or how? I still have, Mas Krishna is ongoing in his presentation, but directly we go to the main room.
Me too.
And
I
we
have
still have
one presenter
Chinta.
left.
Yeah, I have. Can you send us back, committee? Room 5. I'm in room 5.
Room 2 also.
Yeah, room 2 and room 5. Can you go back? Give us. Krishna was surprised and shocked. Yeah, we haven't finished, ya, Bu Finta, ya.
Yeah.
Even the speaker, the presenter is still presenting and talking about the result.
Good question and answer.
Yeah, please send us back. Hello, committee.
Oke, Mam, bisa disebutkan lagi yang di room 5
Yeah.
siapa, yang di room 2 siapa?
Okay, let me go first, ya, Bu Finta.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, you
For the
first.
room, yeah, room 5, I have me myself, of course,
Iya.
and then Krishna,
Iya.
Tujadi,
Siapa, Miss?
Tujadi,
Iya.
then Sri Lestari,
Iya.
Citra Dias Larasati, then M. Raihan, Rizkuna Nur Safira, then Windy Yusnia, Syahrul Mubarok, Diah Ayuning Tias,
Yes, Miss.
Ananda Pradita, and Cinta Salsabila. So we are total 11 plus me, so there are 12. Yeah. Okay, and then Miss Bufinta?
And
Yeah,
me,
two.
there are 11 students also, participants. Sukma Cahyaning, Fitrisya, Adit Jauhari,
Yes, Mam.
Kalista, Alvina, Denish Anissa, Muhammad Rizky, Christine Yulinar, Novendi Setiawan, Purata Ayuni, sama Anissa Khairunisa.
Baik, ini sedang diproses dari komitenya ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Ica.
Ya.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our conference today. But before we officially close today's event, let us take a moment to look back at the wonderful memories we've shared. Please enjoy the recap video of today's conference. Okay, all right. That's for the recap video of today's conference. Okay, thank you so much to all participants for your enthusiasm, contribution, and presence throughout the day. You've made this event truly meaningful. May this conference inspire and empower us all to become future-ready educators in this ever-evolving digital and multimodal era. Before we close, please take a note of the following important information. Number one, all submitted article will be reviewed by the ICELS editorial and review team. Presenters are still required to revise their papers according to the feedback given in order to be considered for publication. Number two, certificates for presenters will be sent via email to the registered address no later than Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Number three, gentle reminder for all participants who would like to request a certificate of attendance. Please make a payment confirmation to the attached link in ICELS WhatsApp group. The certificate will also be delivered via email. Once again, thank you for your enthusiasm and contribution. See you next year at ICELS 2026. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a great day.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
wabarakatuh, everyone.
Selamat.
Background.
Itulah best kan bener.
Mas Asadi ke sini. Itu jadi Hamid.
Raden Ubrus. Mau gono saran pesan dan pesan ya. Biasanya pesan dan pesannya lebih menarik. Jadi arah-arah itu cerita progresnya dari nol sampai ya presentasi ini ya apa.
Arep sambat laptop rusak.
Hah?
Arep sambat laptop rusak.
Laptopnya siapa rusak? Oh, laptopnya Awan nih rusak.
Korban ICELS.
Oh, nah itu bisa jadi progresnya DE. Jadi kayak seru.
Yeah.
Hello everybody, good evening. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Miss Dena. Good afternoon
Congratulations
to.
for your presentation. Give online
Thank
applause for
you,
all
Miss
of you.
Dena.
So, for
Oh,
those who's not having any responsibility, you can leave this because we are going to have an intern meeting, everybody. Untuk Mas Adit and friends, Mas Tujadi and friends, Jacob and
Thank you.
friends. Is Jacob here? Yeah, you can leave.
Jacob here.
Jacob here.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Have a nice day. Happy weekend.
thank you, Miss Dena. Thank you, Miss Chris. Thank you, Mr.
Pleasure.
Erwin, and all
Yeah,
the
welcome.
moderators for the present.
Ya Allah, lupa
Thank you,
saya.
thank you.
Ayo balik coy.
Jacob itu apa?
Akbar.
Jacob and
Balik
friend.
dulu. Balik dulu.
Nanti kick, ayo.
Di kick.